Hey everybody. I mean, already folks in here. Fantastic. Thanks for showing up early. This is a good start. It is January 31st. This is Ration Museum Bulletin number 28. Before I go any further at all, I'm going to need someone to say, yeah, you can hear me in the chat. Just double checking everything. Switched some devices around, so hopefully it's not a nonsense pile. Thank you, Michelle. Welcome from Scotland. Hope you're having a good day. All right, Zeno, welcome. All right, so get some highs in. We got Corey, JW Speaker. We got Curious Pete. We got Jesse Michael. We got Gail Korfman. We got strong start. Michelle Swan, Zeno Saga. Good to see everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is going to be a nice long stream. You can drift in and out at your leisure. You can stay the whole time. Up to you guys. We have a pretty awesome setup back here. If you like the little light box last time, you're gonna like light space this time. We're gonna photograph all kinds of stuff. Been wanting to do this for a long time. The light box was great long ago, but now we can actually photograph crates and things. So let me show you. We'll flip around. So the other thing is I have a microphone on me this time. So hey, the microphone's up in here. So I will be able to walk around with this and you guys can hear me as we wander the building. So this is the studio setup we're working on. This will let us put large items out and get nice clean shots of them. So we're excited about that. There's the Nick over there.
Hi, everybody.
And you might not be able to see through the lights, so I'm going to come around.
Hello.
I won't do too much of this walking around just because I know it's not everybody's favorite thing, so I'll go nice and slow now. I'm thinking about that. Want to be aware of motion sickness. And then when we wander, I might just cover the lens at that moment, So, all right, we're going to be putting stuff in here. Seems like that might be a little bit delayed, but no big deal. Switch this back around. All right, so also to help me today, we're going to be using televisor over here. Somehow the television needs to update everything one step at a time. So, Last Starfighter. That's a great idea, Pete. Let's do that. I wanted to take a bunch of pictures today, but Last Starfighter is a good film. You've got to defeat the Grodan Armada or something. I don't know what it was. The something Armada. But gonna put the chat up on TV is what I was saying, so that we'll be able to walk around and do stuff, and also keep an eye on what you guys are saying. So let me test something. I'm gonna walk down the hallway and keep talking. Let me know if you guys can hear this. So going out in the hallway, going down towards some noise, walking around. You guys hear me all right? Coming back. It's talking at a normal volume. Oh, sweet. Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Okay, now you can try the cast.
Not yet.
Oh. What?
So, the Chromecast needs to update, that's all. Audio keeps cutting out. Alright, maybe this doesn't have the best range when I go through the wall.
There are some thick walls in this building.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. So we've got to start grabbing stuff and moving it in here. I'm going to take the camera over there so we can get a feel for what we're picking. Let's see, like I said, I'm going to cover it while we do that. It's going to go this one's solo. Yeah, by all means, I appreciate you being here, Gail. If you're working on projects, by all means, use me as background noise. I do not mind. All right, let's see. So, I'll put you guys up there for now. We'll see how well that works. No. Let's see, maybe right here. There we go. We'll do that for the moment. We'll see if the audio holds up in here. If it doesn't, you know, I'll find out when I'm back over there. So, we've got a lot to photograph. I kind of want to start with the crates. Those are things we've never gotten to before. So, crates and containers. All right. We'll get the other camera going over here. Let's get a mix here. Yeah, all right. So, hey, bus stop, welcome. All right. Coming back and forth. And I think if we keep this table pretty much full up with stuff to work through, then I can keep cycling it. All right, these are the, good call. Now, you normally keep those under the table, but yeah, we keep that under the table around here. All right, now these other crates, the C's, these are where we get super careful.
Okay.
And this K. All right. Thank you for your well wishes, bus stop. All right, so. Part of me wants to get another camera going in the mix, but I think I'm gonna have to steal this back. All right, we're gonna take another trip. Aware of motion sickness today. That is my goal. Let's see, so there we go. That's not looking bad. You can see what we're about to snap. All right, now I got to get the chat up here on the TV, and then I don't have to keep coming back over. And then we can tilt this so you can see the room a little better from this side.
Looks like great.
And we're good. Let's see. So. Hey Nick,
Hey.
what's your favorite weapon in Skyrim?
Skyrim?
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I played Skyrim.
Oh, good. Casting crashed chrome. That's good. That's good. Oh, hey, I think it might actually be coming up. Oh, no. I don't want it to do that. Well, I want to cast the tab, not the video. Volume down. I don't think it's going to work anyway, so that's all right. I've probably been choppy because I'm also streaming this, don't need to be. Let's see if we get the chat working here. Pop out the chat, do a full screen with that, cast this as a desktop. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. Hey! Now I got full screen chat. Okay, perfect. Perfect. I'm going to see if I can clean that up a little bit, but as long as I can read it, I don't care. We will deal. If we got overscan, we are turning it off.
I would imagine it's under picture now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just wasn't sure if setup was whole TV setup, picture settings. All right, I know this is super exciting right now. Let's see, get this set up.
I think if you turn down the sharpness, get rid of all the
Let's see, way up.
you.
I think that's pretty
Yeah.
good. I'll call that pretty good. All right, now we'll be able to focus on this. So, we've got a pot of coffee. We got a pot of coffee going. We got our light box setup going. We got all this stuff ready to go.
We are aware of the crease.
Someone talking about the crease in
Yes.
the light in the fabric already.
Crease in the fabric.
This is great. Why don't we do this more often? The light up there. Or the chat up here. This is fantastic. Let's see who's calling out the crease. Corey. Corey, good attention to detail. Tell me anything you spot that seems wrong. Yeah, we're so just for some little background. I had ordered a bunch of stuff to use for this weekend, or so I thought. So yesterday, it was all supposed to get delivered, and I wanted to check and make sure that that was the case. So, and we're still over there, but so I wanted to check and make sure that was the case. And lo and behold, it was all still in my shopping cart. So, canceled that and said, what can I make come together? And there's a local place, Unique Photo, right around the corner, that I bought this backdrop kit from, and then I took my own lights from home from other projects and brought them here. And this is the one we usually use. So I won't be all lit up talking to the laptop because we're using it over here, which I'm sure you all understand. So then we got this little camera here where we can take our main photos from. And let me make sure I'm not zoomed. Oh wow, that's nice. That's gonna be nice. Just how nice and clear this stuff is. So, as a for instance, let's see. Yeah, allow location information. There we go. See if that comes through all right. But I think this is gonna produce some really clear, really usable photos, as opposed to the old ways. Okay, so I'm going to close out the actual video. Just make sure not eating up all our bandwidth on that, since the laptop's wireless. All right. So, time to start taking some photos. So this crate is a film prop. This is not an original ration crate. This was in the movie Fury with Brad Pitt and what is it? Shane Bernthal, or something Bernthal. Josh Bernthal. Jane Bernthal. He was Shane in Walking Dead, so that's why my brain's thinking Shane. But him and Brad Pitt and Shia LaBeouf. This was, I believe, tossed on a table behind them or tossed on the front of the tank at one point. So there's mud, you know, pressed. I mean, I think it's actually paint to some degree, pressed into the corners for, you know, set dressing kind of stuff. But this crate is a nice example. Oh, I should have brought a dust buster. Now I'm thinking about it. I'd have been able to get all the little chips and shavings and that kind of stuff. Yeah. So while this isn't an example of, you know, a historically important artifact, it's also, you know, a great reproduction, definitely display worthy, and has its own story to go with it in terms of, you know, what it's attached to. I bought this from a film prop company in the UK years ago, and as you'll see, it came with some inner stuff that was used in the background, not stuff that had to be super high detail. So it's, you know, it's not the absolute. Oops, sorry. It's not the absolute best quality reproductions or anything, but they work, you know. So having a couple of these sitting on sitting on shelves or tables was all they needed. Got some replica M units from, I want to say, was this 5-in-1 or 10-in-1 stuff? Let's see. I just realized another thing I'm going to need to grab. So back in the room, I've got a bunch of little foam blocks that I used to use for stuff like this. So these are just meant to look like garbage, you know, so they were prepared to be tossed around on the ground when they're walking through camp early on in the movie, when they're prepping to go out for the day. So I got all the garbage cigarettes, you know, just good set dressing. They wanted it to look like a camp that was being lived in, right down to the tax stamps, you know. So, not saying they're accurate period tax stamps, but and then whatever this is the bag that those were originally in M&S Food Hall. So let's see. This keeps leaving camera for some reason. For this, I'll put in macro mode. Let's see, I guess we can flip this to just this cam for now. M&S is posh up. Okay, that's still staying up to date. Oh, I just thought of something I could probably do over here. Control plus, Control plus, Control plus. Too big? Too big. Minus.
Still a little too big.
I mean, that's pretty good, actually. I think.
Scroll down so we can see whatever. There you
Yeah.
go. It's a posh over here. So it's fancy pants food place.
Fancy Pants Food Town. I don't want as much bottom of that down there. Let's maybe think like that. Market and Spencer? I don't know. let's see, we'll put these a little closer. Just get a garbage cigarette pile shot. Alright. So, I can box this stuff back up. I think we do still need this one turned on. Just might need something. Alright. I know there's a lot of light there, but we'll work it out. So Nick's been doing random research on rations over the last few weeks. Learn anything fun?
Me?
Yeah. I just feel bad you're standing here, you know.
Oh,
I wanna involve you more.
Well, I've been learning a lot about like how much each country's like culture goes. Oh, sorry, talk to this now. I've been learning a lot about like company cultures and how they go into the rations and stuff like that. Pretty interesting. Notice most of the Soviet bloc ones are pretty much the same.
Yeah, there's definitely, you know, for the former ones too, a lot of the same general lunch concepts, like or meal concepts. So you're gonna have your loaf of some kind, like, you know, chicken loaf or pork loaf or something. You're gonna have a pate. You're gonna have like the hardtack, you know, the heavy cracker. You know, you're gonna have like the same basic things in a lot of them. Usually some kind of hearty stew,
Potatoes.
you know, yeah, that kind of stuff. Dang, that's a lot of gold. Gold ingots. Oh, are you guys still talking about Skyrim?
Just eat all the cheese.
Yeah, eat all the cheese. Eat all the cheese. All right, so this thing doesn't want to stay on the camera, but that's okay. That's okay. Just going to take a minute every time. So we'll put these pemmican crates out, and I am going to grab the foam that I was just talking about, because I'm going to need that to tilt some things. Let's see, where was that? Not that set. Not that set. Here we go. Found my old photography box.
I have something I learned I can tell the street.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know if any of you guys like this stuff. I think it's pretty cool, but like very interested in foods that goes into certain rations. And for World War II, the German military had different foods rations for every branch. So the Luftwaffe had like schnapps and stuff like that. I believe the Wehrmacht had wine. You can actually see some pretty decent like copies of what the crate looked like in. It was marked with a Z, but if you ever watch like Hogan's Heroes, the crates that they use in Hogan's Heroes are pretty similar to what they really look like. So they just say like wine in German and then a little Z on them. But
See how that works? Nice little.
But yeah, like every bottle is actually marked as like property of whatever branch, and we found some pretty cool ones, but mostly Luftwaffe stuff. I'm guessing Wehrmacht stuff was on the ground and probably got destroyed in like bombing raids, whereas like Luftwaffe pilots always went back to some air base. They weren't necessarily getting their stuff destroyed right away.
That makes sense. I just realized the microphone's here. You were picking up. I see the thing jumping, but we spent 20 minutes before the stream chasing problems that didn't exist with this microphone. So, gotta love that.
But we fixed
Thinking it couldn't hear anything. I mean, turns out it can pick everything up perfectly in the whole room. So, you know, I'm happy with it. But let's see, Panzer waffles. That's what I heard.
Yeah, no, it says who doesn't like hearty stew and candy waffles. That's curious.
let's see. So we're getting a little shadow under here, and I want to fix that. So I'm going to drop this light until we eliminate that, if we can. So I may actually keep this further down. So we had another light getting in the way, and I haven't been seeing the bands from it ruining the shots just yet, so I think we're all right. But this might be a little bit harder to get figured out, because these other ones I think are stronger, so they might be casting a bit more light down there.
Also, I think this light here is the lower height.
Yeah, it is. Good call. We can potentially bring these closer in and a little lower down so more gets under them. I don't want to fiddle too much with the equipment because the point is just to take much better pictures than what we had before. And
I think the only reason we're getting shadow cast from this side is that stupid overhead right up there.
I think it is too. I wish we had something to just tack over that, but for next time, let's see, is that coming from up here? Let's see.
Like we're getting dust busters.
The things that I need to remember: a lint roller or a dust buster. I have a couple lint rollers and I have a dust buster. You have one here?
Yep.
Oh, well, excellent. Thank you, Nick. That'll work great. He's prepared, like a Boy Scout. Hey, Aletha, welcome to the stream. We're doing a fun one today. We're just cataloging a bunch of stuff, got some equipment set up, and trying to make sure
Here you go.
we get some good photos. I'm just thinking I could do maybe this instead. Now we want you to see what we're shooting, so I'm gonna drop that in there. Redo that. So what is that? There we go. And we'll release all these photos at some point soon, just so everybody can grab anything they were like, ooh, I wanna look closer at that. Again, it's not the highest quality. Oh, this is perfect. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
This is going to work out great. All these little wood chips and splinters and stuff that are going to come off these crates. I don't want them making it harder to pull the items out from the background later. The creases aren't going to be too bad to work around. We just can't do like meal cold weather or ration cold weather on this background. I have a black one and a gray one too, so we can always snap different ones up. But white is good to start.
Pretty good.
I am seeing the banding from the upper light though. It's pretty obvious, so that's a problem, I think. We still need to figure something out there.
It's like the only way to fix it is just take the bolts out and throw them in the river.
I mean, take the bulbs out may have to be the answer if we could get any level of access to that panel.
There's gonna be a lot of magic.
I just don't know where this...
Oh, that's the makeshift one I had to build.
How did it get in there? Just kind of...
Yeah, I just tucked it in because they lost the other side of it when they broke it. Like that edge piece there, that's not even like sealing track. It's like a piece of plastic I found.
I just had a thought. Well, thank you guys for bearing with us. Let's see. Dawn Guard. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't even remember which way I went with half of that stuff. It's been, like a decade, guys. You know that, right? Like that Skyrim's been out. So.
I only played like 15 hours worth of Skyrim.
So I'm thinking. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Going to grab one of these other covers and just kind of tuck it into the frame up here for now. So I've got a black, well, I guess while we're doing this, let me flip this around. So I've got a black backdrop, and the side that doesn't need to, yeah, I'm not going to touch the light panel itself.
I mean, the track is messed up too.
Got it. So, I'm thinking, fold it over a couple times. It should be pretty dark. So, if I can do, oh wait, no, this is the good side. Don't want to do the good side. Want to do the other side. What we got chat-wise? Got a FedEx Smart Post shipment on a Sunday. They're, FedEx doesn't close on Sunday necessarily, and neither does UPS, but they'll certainly play fast and loose with that one. So, no guarantees, but you can still get shipments. USPS is closed on Sunday. So, I'm thinking maybe we can just kind of inch this in.
You dropping debris.
Oh.
Got this.
And then bring that over here. And that's our last one. All right. So, quality entertainment, guys. Quality content. All right. So getting the extra backdrops was the right plan, because look at that. They already are doing me some favors.
And I think we've eliminated the shadow.
I think we eliminated the shadow. I think we may have eliminated the banding. We'll see. The banding, if anybody's looking for a science lesson for no reason, is the banding is a result of the frequency of the light versus the frequency of the camera itself. So we can put these back, I think, to where we had them to some degree. So say if the camera's running at 60 frames a second, but the lights are 50 hertz, then that means the lights are cycling 50 times a second power-wise. Now most lights in the US are going to be 60, because that's our general power frequency. 60 hertz, 120 volts. But that's never a guarantee. And you can find out when you're getting lights, for putting in your house or whatever, what frequency they're going to be. And keep in mind, if you're ever going to do any photography or videography in there, that you need to have something that's not going to throw extra banding, unless you got a camera that you can do anti-banding and say, cancel this out.
Oh, I
So.
moved that other little crate over here, Sean.
Okay. Good call. Good call. I think we had a nice minimal fall here, or minimal collection of stuff falling. So that's pretty good. How bad would this be if it's up a good deal higher?
Then you would change it.
Yeah, it shouldn't. This light's soft. It shouldn't be casting too many shadows in the first place. So I just want to get this so that the whole box is pretty lit up, Let's bring these out to the front a little more. No worries.
Hey, that sounds good.
I think this is coming together. Look at that. All right. So now to see what it looks like in here, get this screwed back together. All right. More behind camera. It's ooh, that's good. That looks good. It's kind of annoying, but it's going to be good. All right, so didn't look at the chat for like 5 minutes there. Let's see, we got, need to come to Philly and get a cheesesteak. Heck yeah, you do.
We'll make sure you get to the right places.
Oh wow, we got a lot of chat going on. Hey Caitlin, welcome.
How many viewers we got today?
Oh, we got 14 folks right now. I'm assuming because it's going to be a long stream that, you know, we'll get regulars throughout, you know, not necessarily all at once. You know, I also was hoping that with the early start, we might get some more folks in Europe today. Definitely, you know, recognize that they're staying up pretty late when they're catching my stream normally. So, always appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Oh wait, that's right. Now we should flip back to this one. Okay. All right. All right, let's see. Okay, no banding. The shadows to the side are a little more obvious than they were before, but I think overall this is going to work out pretty great. Just going to bring those in. Those in. This ridiculous room with its not so even floor. We're gonna get this tilted to counteract the room.
Oh yeah,
There we go. Nope. There we go. Kind of. I don't know.
Looks good.
Looks good?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I'll leave that. All right. Trying Clark Bar peanut butter cups. Ooh, okay, that sounds pretty good. Clark Bar peanut butter cups. Are you making them? There we go.
I had a friend of mine once made a chocolate cake out of like crushed up Toblerone that he turned into a paste. It was ridiculously awesome.
That sounds really good.
Pretty bad for your health though.
Yeah, I wouldn't think, you know, your cardiologist would, recommend it, but
Well, a cardiologist doesn't recommend a lot of things.
for the bigger stuff, quite possibly when we get there. Just trying to show, like, you know, this might look like the inside of a filthy case, but to me it's a nice clear indication of, you know, the layout that everything went in when it went in there. You can see we were looking at 3 rows of 4 across, and then knowing that this was 48 cans, we've got 4 rows deep of the pemmican cans. So these were those little gold pemmican cans that I'm sure a lot of us have in our collections, but I don't know if anybody's ever popped one and eaten one of the original gold ones. I haven't. Maybe Steve has. I haven't checked on that specifically, but yeah, I would love some coffee.
Just 2 pumps, no sugar, right?
Sure. I left my stirring knife on a folded what's a who's it by the thingamajig.
No sugar?
No extra sugar.
Okay.
There's sugar in the sweetened stuff. I promise you.
I don't believe it.
Oh, okay. They were store bought. Let's see. Who's got to get a biopsy on their vocal cords? That doesn't sound fun. Yeah, anybody that comes by, if you happen to come by on a Sunday, you can jump into the stream. Just give me plenty of heads up, and we'll figure something out. Love to see any of you guys. We can eat a ration or something. If it's not during a stream day, I do work till 6 or 7 at night most nights during the week, my day job, but we could meet up. There are restaurants around here. Could get something brought in here and just look through some of the collection, get some ideas. If anybody's rearing to tackle any research projects on anything, we'll start getting those spun up so that folks can start contributing and we can start filling everything in gap-wise. Does SEPTA run on Sundays? Sure does. It's just reduced schedule. Most stuff that runs every 10 minutes or every 15 minutes runs every half hour, or some stuff runs every hour. So, yeah, SEPTA still runs. The regional rail still runs. Actually, all of my information is pre-apocalypse. So in the post-apocalypse, I'm not as sure. I know they did shut some services down entirely, but my last department was on a bus route, so I know the buses were definitely still moving through. They all had that UV light inside them, and we had moved to electric buses, so they sneak up on you. You're sitting there, and all of a sudden you hear, Franklin bus making, or whatever it happens to be, making all stop, and just out of the blue, like it's sitting right next to you, especially in the summer with the windows open. Oh, your nephew, 23 years old and has thyroid cancer. Well, it is the 21st century. I'll be pulling for him. I'm sure everybody in here will too, but it is the era where that stuff gets solved. Sorry to hear that. Forget if I took pictures of the inside of this. Okay, I did. I'll need to figure out how to tell it to keep the camera running and then put some power into it. This is, hopefully we'll get to do several of these because I do not feel, we are rocketing through this and going to get every single thing photographed before we're done today. I like this guy, his enthusiasm. Like, he's not even in the... Oh, I know, there you are.
I'm right here.
Yeah, there you are.
I'm mainly carrying things and drinking coffee today, so pick things up, put them down.
That is a company that Nick and I have had the pleasure of working with a few times.
That is a company. I forgot
We
all
pick
about
things
that.
up and we put them down. So I am a fan of calling out when you work with a company that has done a good job. I'm less of a fan of complaining about a company, though I am certainly guilty of doing it, because your complaints carry a lot more weight than your pluses, and you're way more likely to complain than say something nice. Like in terms of like just the reviews that people get. So like you could deal with 50 customers, and you could have 40 of them that think it was the best experience they ever had. 1 or 2 of them might say so, but if you have one customer that thinks it's been an awful time working with you, they're gonna say so. Like 10 times more often, they're gonna say so. So, it's just.
Those guys were awesome.
So I just wanted to say, when you have a good business in your life that you've interacted with that's locally owned, or somebody trying to make something for themselves and they did a good job for you, say so. So in Philadelphia, we pick things up and we put them down. I want to say Brian or Bryant.
Yeah.
Fantastic folks. I've used them a couple times to move things, including some of this back when I moved to my last apartment. Nick and I moved this here
Yeah, we did.
across a number of trips.
But these guys literally moved probably what is close to a ton worth of arcade machines down a flight of stairs in about 30 minutes, which took Sean and I about an hour and a half apiece.
Each machine to get up the stairs. Like each time that I brought one of those things home, I'd call Nick. I'd be like, "Hey, Nick, what are you doing on Thursday?" He'd be like, I guess punishing my spine."
I always wanted my spine in the shape of an S, though, so, I'm doing good. It's like a 5 right now. It'd probably be a lot taller.
So we ripped my house apart, and between the stuff that was coming here and the stuff going to the new house, I think we took 30 trips. No, like 20 trips.
Honestly, though, moving the museum did not take that long.
The museum itself, we were able to do in like 4 or 5 trips.
Yeah, and then once
But
got
we
the
packed
shelves up-
everything really tight.
Yeah.
When we moved in here, I mean, you guys can go back to the first, somewhere in the first 10 streams is the move-in streams. And you can see we had just piles and piles of U-Haul boxes and stuff where the rations were crammed in, as best I could for the last 4 years, like in terms of not trying to hurt things. The box is upside down indeed, Kaylin, but thankfully, so there's no bottom to it, and I want to tilt to it, but thankfully I can flip the picture around, so it'll look all right. We're going to try and cut the backgrounds out of these, but even if we can't do it super clean like that, we'll still have. I'll put that.
Being a knuckle dragging pizza water? What is that?
Wait.
I need to know. I don't know what that is, but I want to know now.
Being a knuckle dragging pizza water. I assume pizza waiter? Eater. He said eater right there.
Oh, sorry. I don't pay attention to things.
Yeah, exactly, Kaylin. I do call it Tetrising things, when I pack like that. So
You'd be surprised what you could fit inside of a little hatchback.
well, and then the best part about the hatchback as our means of transfer was we got very familiar with exactly what fit in it. And then I had a space in my house that I could pack in the shape of the inside of the hatchback. I had just a twin couch bed opened up, and I would pack it every night. I would pack the boxes and lay them out and move things around, and then in the morning before work, Nick would walk over because he lived a few blocks away. We'd pack the car. Everything would fit exactly, and all it would be is running boxes back and forth. It'd take us 15 minutes. We'd drive into the office. We'd move everything in here and down underneath, and then we'd do our work day, And we did that a bunch of times.
Like what, 3 or 4 trips?
I think it was 6, 5 or 6 at least.
Maybe
Before.
a couple weekend trips?
Yeah, we got it done pretty quick
We got
overall.
most of the big stuff here first, right?
Yeah, and then, well, the crates came last.
Yeah, that's true.
The crates all came last because when we moved the K-ration crates and all that stuff, there were only like 10 things in the car total.
And we bought these really cool shelves that are made of razors.
Actually, can you take them from? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we bought some shelves made of razor blades. I got a couple. We can try and stick it back the way we had it. They can just go into the side for now.
Okay.
We'll put these. So it's going to be, one on top of the K crate and one on top of this shelf converted C ration crate portion. So this is a really neat piece. This is just a great example of the kind of stuff, that happens after the fact. You know, this was somebody's little shelf set up, you know, for a good deal after it served its purpose for ferrying some rations around. So you can see part of the label on one side. You know, you can see the C barely through this, let's see, like right there, from the C ration. And then probably an address or something sort of visible through there, but not really. But I don't know. I have no idea what went in. You know, that's not part of the ration crate.
Oh.
Like, so that's something somebody did after the fact. So this is an example of one that served as like
Oh, it got like
a shelf for a toolbox, maybe. You know, this served somebody's purpose for a while.
Yeah, you can
That
see where
was
somebody like chiseled out inside that little notch in there. Like
so. Let's do this. Would you put that little piece of foam as far back as you can?
right there.
There we go. We'll just actually, I'll do like that.
It's amazing how much a little dollar store brings that stuff in here.
Let's see.
Hey, Smokey speaking.
Hey, good catch. Thank you, Nick. Welcome, old Smokey. How you feeling, man? I hope you're starting to get closer to better. Original Fireman, welcome. I just reached up to the TV like I was going to scroll it. Yeah, so Fireman's no stranger to moving a great deal of stuff in a small vehicle. It sounds like certainly a fun endeavor. Oh wow, look at Nick. Look at this. Just
Oh, that's awesome.
compared
That looks great.
compared to the old shit. Sorry. Oh, darn it. Compared to the old pictures. Sorry, you guys can gauge my level of pride in my old work. It's not high. I did my best, but it wasn't good enough.
I mean, curse words are part of military culture.
Curse words are part of military culture, and this is not marked as a child-friendly stream, so we should be all right. I'm not sure if it's going off or not, but we might be advertising today that we exist. Oh, let's see.
Want a yoga block for that one?
Yeah, perfect. This is a great one for that. And for not macro mode. So this is supposedly like a steamer box, or like you could have, something, a series of trays in there, or a series of racks in there. But I'm not actually 100% certain. This is one of those many things that we're going to want to do research on. So what I'm going to be doing as part of the whole new approach is opening up our collection to submissions in terms of, hey, I think I have more info for you on that, kind of thing, so that, you guys can start looking through and saying, ooh, I'd like to pick that one, and start figuring out all the details I can figure out about what that thing is, and what what its or what its story is, you know. So all these things that are unknowns that got picked up because, or unknowns to me at least, you know, because I wanted, you know, to, I didn't want to miss out on something if it was never going to show up again, that kind of stuff. You know, all these things we can slowly get more and more info, because obviously I'm not classically trained museum curating material. I'm just a guy who really likes rations and collected a lot of stuff that now wants to share all of that information and, you know, get more people interested in the idea of military food history, you know, and in collecting, because collectors mean things are preserved over time to some degree.
Is it crazy? Really, really excited for what news with the black backdrop for our listeners. I think we can take pictures of the space stuff.
Yeah, yeah, that's not at all something to be crazy or to feel crazy about. That's good. It's coming today.
Very excited.
Or maybe next time we'll see what we get through.
In terms of
That's really cool.
white backdrop stuff. Still the upswing. Goodbye next Saturday. Well, don't rush anything, Smokey. You know, we won't be out of terrible things to say about you behind your back by then. So if you need another week, you know, it's I'm not joking. I am. Still same number. Oh, gotcha. Don't knock any of the patina off this stuff. Yeah, especially off of this. Ooh, look at that. Look at that beautiful rust.
Feel that rust.
You know, it is a neat box though. It says USQMC NE and SC lowercase o, so NE and S company, whatever that might have been. At least, yeah, that's an ampersand in there. And then it says 49 underneath, so possibly 1949. So we'll see.
Does the top of that actually slide off or no?
The top does come off. It isn't a slide. It's a snap on and off.
Oh.
So it's got a lip around all four sides. Let's see. But yeah, I'm gonna. Let's see. I don't think it's on there too tight. There we go. So definitely NE and NES company, NE and S company,
Yeah.
and 49. That's what's stamped on there. We got potentially lead soldering inside. So I'm thinking
NES used to be a produce company, from what I found.
that's
Seal produce in a minute too?
kind of for shipping. Probably put this
Yeah.
on ice, fill it with produce. You know, we'll figure. That's it. That's what we're doing. We're figuring this stuff out from scratch for ourselves, and then putting it all in one place. Because this info's everywhere. You know, there's little pieces on all kinds of different websites and in different military databases and in old books and all that stuff. We're going to bring it together. We're going to try and find everything we can. I will trade you one USQMC box for some C ration crates.
Okay. You want all three of them?
Yeah, we got space to set them all up here. I'll put these in. Whoop. I'm going to keep doing that, I'm sure. Let's see. I think I will need just a little more clearance for myself over here. There we go. We're going to take a shot of this. Oh, that might be the one from Carol and Tan.
Is it?
That's why we're keeping this there.
Oh, okay, cool. I just didn't know what it was. It almost fell out.
Yeah, so
Cool. Cool.
so this box, this particular ration crate,
Yeah.
was someone reached out to me years ago that was in Carentan, France, and said that they'd had a crate in their shed for their entire lives, and they thought their parents had gotten it in World War II and had just put it as a box where they were storing things. So they asked if the museum would be interested. I made them an offer, and they shipped it over. And I just kept the label in there just so I had a record that of the crates that I have, this is the one that was from Carol Tan. And now we'll be able to make sure it gets tied together. And I hope I'm not being presumptuous saying it that way, but so the reason that I care about that is the Band of Brothers went through Carentan, France right after D-Day, and they were certainly eating a lot of sea rations. And granted, a lot of folks did go through Carentan because it was one of our staging locations a little further inland once we were there. So I recognize that, but if there's any chance that this was a Band of Brothers case, you know, how cool would that be? I don't think we'll ever find out for certain unless we get some, you know, really unexpected level of access to, you know, military info or like distribution info or anything that might exist on exact crate stock numbers and that kind of stuff, but I'm doubting it. So, taking some pictures of this one. It has a pretty common thing going on. It's the case lid itself was used to address back to the soldier at home or the family at home, but it's so this one's coming from San Francisco and going to Minnesota. So interesting, but yeah, they would just put whatever they needed to mail in one of these ration crates, nail it back shut, and mail it home. You know, it was a great box for mailing things, and you know, it wasn't necessarily the era where it was pay by the weight kind of thing, but you know, just having one or a few. You know, where this has happened is always neat, because it's part of the history of the crate itself, for sure, or of the, you know, of the it's part of what happens to a lot of these crates, I guess is what I should say. And so the concept is tied to the era of wooden crates for rations. Now, I'm good. You looking to jump out for?
No. I mean, I saw you did it.
I'm just not certain how I want to display this. Actually, yeah. Could you hand me the bottom back? I'm gonna put it
Oh.
underneath so we can use it to prop.
Sorry. Oh, I get the part bottom.
Yeah, okay. So, something a little smaller than that.
I always just saw you in the block and a half.
This will work. The foam works pretty well. Granted, we are definitely getting a lot of shadow underneath. I'm going to drop this. would be cool if I could get the red writing translated. Oh, on that box, it said an address in San Francisco and an address in Minneapolis. So this one, you can see this ration crate, it's marked June 1944. You know, a few important things happened in June 1944.
Yeah.
But it also says for training purposes. So I'm not sure what the life of this particular one was. Potentially for prepping for something like D-Day, but let's see.
Could have been something for like practice supply drops. You imagine they wouldn't want to put real food in a container.
Right?
So they probably filled it up with the necessary weight and then drop it out of a plane.
This is not deflecting that shadow. This one doesn't seem to be bright enough for what we're working on. I did get, like this, I wonder if I take this off, if it's too glary or if it'll actually help here. Like,
Actually,
it looks like I have to, like, look at how close I have to be to really stop that shadow. So I don't know. We're just going to have some shadow to deal with.
I mean, you're going to get cast either way. Because there's still light going down on top of that.
Yeah, which we want. So, I mean, that's all right.
I think it's fine.
If I could get it a little further up, we can eliminate a little more of that. I have other foam that I can cut, so I'm gonna go grab some of that. Hey Joe Green, welcome to the stream. Hey Sunshine, good to see you. Let's see. So over here I've got not that same kind of foam, but foam nonetheless. I don't think this is going to be the right kind, or going to work out super great for me. Looking through the boxes, trying to find some foam.
Just saying, we got a power saw now. I could cut some 45-degree angle yoga blocks. Or use one of those.
All right, so let's see. Got a PASGT vest. Interesting. I just got the Kevlar. I mean, I got the helmet. It's the only PASGT gear I got. All right, so, and you know, gotta have a helmet for quote-unquote reasons. No. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to bump you there. Gonna just rest this for a moment. Then we can adjust it. It'll be all right.
I'm gonna hold that up while you do that.
We can stick this behind, or even the yoke. Well, that that'll work out a little better. We can pull these back a little actually and get less shadow. There we go. Oop. Okay. That should work out pretty well. How does that look? That looks okay. There we go. There. I think that's about as good as I'm going to get it for a little while, so time to start shooting. This was never going to fit in one of those other light boxes, so I can hardly contain my excitement. I know I'm maybe not brimming over, but boy howdy, this is fantastic. Is Joel Embiid?
He plays for the Sixers.
Yeah, he still does?
Yeah.
Been like 5 years plus?
Yeah, something like that.
He's the guy with the man in the iron mask face
he,
thing?
He lives around the corner.
Yeah, I think I've seen
Yeah,
him.
he walks around here all the time.
Okay, I've seen that man.
Yeah.
Same thing with Andre 3000. He doesn't live here, but last year or the year before, 2019, he was just always walking around our neighborhood in front of the museum because he was shooting a movie around here
Yeah.
or a TV show or something.
Meek
But
Mills has a penthouse like 2 blocks over too.
so if we haven't given you enough names to start getting mad at in the chat,
Yeah.
you know. Oh yeah, Rachel. It's apparently gonna be the storm of the century. I'm sorry if you can't catch my this place, you know. Oh God, it's gonna snow. It might snow 7 or 8 inches. Oh God, no. Oh God. So I don't know if we have anybody out west watching right now, but it's funny, right? It's funny. Like, you know, you'd go to bed sometimes and you'd wake up with 5.5 feet of snow, you know, and you'd still go to work that day, you know. It wasn't like, oh no, we can't do anything. And they didn't plow your road, like.
Weren't we supposed to have the storm of the century like a couple months back too, and it was just like rain?
Well,
it didn't even snow.
No, it did snow. It did snow. We got like, I think we got like 14 inches or something over the course of 2 days, but then it was gone.
Yeah, it just like melted.
And that's what's always going to happen. It's going to be gone in no time. Yeah. Let's go tear some stores apart, get some bread and milk. Does everybody make French toast in like when the lights are out? Is that what people do? They need bread. They need milk. They need eggs.
If you have rum, you can make bread pudding.
Now, how much do you bake it off? Because you know, I'd love to try some, but I do remember getting a little tipsy off of Ruth's rum cake back in the day.
So it depends. There's Italian bread pudding, which is pretty heavy. It's literally like just you pour rum over bread. Then they also make baba rum, which is like a pastry full of vanilla cream, and then they soak it in like rum syrup.
Okay.
Either way,
That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, it's not.
I was thinking, I actually was looking at our our water boiler pot from the other time. We could take some rations and stick them in there. We might do some boil and bag tonight. You had 22 inches. Dang. That's a little snow.
I think you should store it. If your power goes out, I think you should store it as perishable.
Yeah, exactly. These guys thankfully know what's up, so. Uh-oh, power's going out. Let me get a bunch of
Get the bananas.
dairy products. Well, bananas are good for a week, at least. And when they go bad, they're not bad. They're better. Like
I've written this out. Go and eat all the cheese.
all the cheese.
All the cheese.
No, but yeah, like don't go get egg. Well, eggs are good for months too. I guess a lot of what we're making fun of isn't really that bad, but there we go. Where's that lint roller?
Right here. Yeah, there's a lot of fuzzy wuzzies coming off of this. Technical term.
He wasn't a bear. Nothing. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. You never heard that rhyme?
No.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't really Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Wow.
That's not in your head?
No.
Okay, that's in my head.
Sucks for you, man.
If I'd have known you'd have want to went, I'd have seen you'd have got to get to go.
That hurt.
Maybe it's a Pennsylvania thing.
Pennsylvania John.
Pennsylvania John. Philly John. We don't say John up in Shickshinny.
Shickshinny, where's that John?
Across the river from Mackinac.
I used to couldn't know where Shickshinny was.
We said used to could.
Use is also like a South River thing apparently. Instead of saying you all use.
Use is south, north, it's all over the place, but it's Philly.
Yeah.
It's pretty Philly. I'm sure there's other places.
Somebody said, oh yeah, Old Smoky grew up with Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one with that rhyme permanently etched. And at least it's not about kids dying in the plague like some of our other, childhood rhymes.
What?
Ring around the rosy.
Oh God. That's horrible.
That's what it's about. It's about dying in the plague and burning the bodies.
I played that game a lot.
Yep.
There goes more trauma.
Come on, Splinter. Give up the ghost. All right. Get a few more shots. It's certainly not moving at a breakneck pace, but getting better shots than ever.
I actually had the Battle of Karen Can in my D-Day documentary. Pretty dope.
This guy makes documentaries.
I do.
And 10 things you didn't know about such and such articles.
I only made like 2 of those.
I'm not saying that in a bad light. You're going to make them for the museum, right?
Sure.
10 things you didn't know about K-rations. 10 things you didn't know. People love that stuff.
10 ways you could benefit from dysentery. Weight loss.
All right, that's good. We'll get those sides. That's good. So
Did this go up top?
this was up top.
Was this sideways though?
Nope, it's straight out.
Okay.
Straight out with the side facing my stomach, facing into the room.
Okay.
It's the only side that says K's. And that top isn't like nailed on,
Yeah,
so it'll slide around. Thank you, Nick.
Yep.
get some big stuff done. Everybody still hanging in there? Oh, I missed something.
Have a have a fun fact section of the website.
Oh wow, I missed it. I missed it originally. Gail was saying she can't cook when the power's out because it's all electric cooking. Doesn't trust gas after CO2 poisoning years ago. I could understand. Not wanting to risk that again. So this is full of dirt, but it is.
Meat and beans, meat and veg, meat and veg stew.
This is a field ration C crate, and as you guys are going to see, there's a bunch of varieties of these. So this has writing on all four sides this time, so we're going to get some good pictures around it. We'll start with the most boring side. Let's see, we'll take this piece, give it a little bit of a bend. There we go. Hope I'm not blocking things too much too often, but oh wait, we never flipped back. I'm an idiot. Oh well, we got hours of this, so it's all right if it's jumping around a little bit. So let's see. Ooh, that's not actually. It doesn't seem to be working.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Which one's which now?
Take us on the wrong camera.
I think I've been taking pictures with the wrong camera. Yep. Yep. Just those last two K-ration pictures were on the wrong camera. Everything else has been correct, so.
As long as they're on one camera at all, we're good.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a little annoying to get these synced up, but it'll be all right. All right, so this one's supposed to have been the one over here. I mean, if it was the main camera, I'm sure it would have been more obvious quicker, but no worries. And here's and there's our fallen over for the day. There we go. Get a better feel for what we're working on that way. All right. I mean, that's the problem with having the exact same camera twice, because I had no idea. All right, we'll get this back there. Comet jingle. I got Mr. Clean in my head. Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute. Now he's stronger, longer, because there's ultra power in it. That's not even the original one. That's some kind of like 1990s, like, you know, hey, we improved Mr. Clean. Don't forget that it exists. Keep buying Mr. Clean. Because people were starting to forget their brand loyalty, you know. Fun fact section on the website. Yeah, that's a really good call, Caitlin. We should do something like that. Fun facts. That's a really good call too, Pete. Pete's saying he'd be interested in seeing how the blind leagues got involved in the rations industry. So just for anybody tuning in, there's the Oklahoma League for the Blind, the Cincinnati League for the Blind, and I believe the Chicago League for the Blind have all packed rations for the military. So there are abandoned ship rations and ration or food packet survival general purpose FPSGPs. If you wanna get into the I guess it's not an acronym because it doesn't say something. Like if it's a bunch of initials but you don't say it as a word, then it's not an acronym. Or is that another thing? Anyway, I get really distracted really easily, so forgive me on that. Forget what I was even saying. Oh yeah, acronyms, but doesn't matter. So we had a lot of growing pains in the start of the stream trying to get stuff up and running and figured out, but I think we got a pretty good rhythm going now. And we've got 2.5 hours left. Wait, no, got I got 2.5 hours left. I'll probably keep going a little bit past 7, but we'll see. I do need to be able to get home after and prep for work on Monday and all that kind of stuff, settle down for the weekend. So anybody been watching anything new? ASB is the Associated Services for the Blind at 919 Walnut Street in Philly. Hey Dave, welcome. AKA Booger Butt and Booger Butt. Food, fun, and MREs. Good to see you. Good to have you on the stream again. So right now we're looking at a sea ration crate labeled Unit M2, thrift packing company from Dallas, Texas. So this is a great crate side. It's got a lot of very specific detail on it. So we got a contract number. We got contract W199QM38074. We got looks like a Q or an O.I. number or Q.I. number 1415-PH.43 and 1,847 cubic inches. Looks like the size here, but just gonna try and get the lighting right on this. So what we are doing, for anybody that's just jumping in the last half hour to an hour, is trying to get as much of the collection photographed as we can in new pictures, higher quality than we used years and years ago for the very few things that got photographed in the old setup. But trying to use nice high quality pictures so that we can redo the website, use some for social media, rework our image in general, and make stuff that's nice and bright and clear and easy to see. Modern resolutions, blah 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 blah. I know it's the same thing over and over. So thanks guys for bearing with me. So Pete's saying he can't drive. Ooh. Or do you just mean at night? Watching the 3rd season of Star Blazers. I think I've seen the 3rd season. I'm not 100% certain. I might have not seen the 2nd season, but I think I've told you that we had a Star Blazers kind of or Star Blazers friendly company here. And we actually used to name all of our computers after Star Blazers characters in the company. So, and I still do at home. my home machine is named IQ9, actually, which is the robot from Star Blazers. That's been my primary desktop name through each successive change for about 20 years. I know that's a very random thing for most of you, but Curious Pete will understand. But our machines at work all had names like Wildstar, Venture, Deathlock, Nova, and our password management system is still named Cosmo DNA. And so many people join the company and are like, what the heck is a Cosmo DNA? You know, I don't feel the need to explain it anymore. It's been so long. That is such a nice crate. And now it can stay nice and properly stored for years and years without really needing to yank it back out for anything non-specific. A little tug in my back there. I'm sure I'll be fine. See, like I said, there's a lot of varieties. So here we're just seeing one that, that's really all there is to it. So I'll do kind of an angle shot of this one or something as well. I think that looks pretty nice. But yeah, so this one, as you guys might be able to see from there, has nothing on 3 sides. And then on one side has U.S. Army C, or U.S. Army Field Ration C, 8 rations, weight 40, cubic 1.1. And in that case, it's talking feet, because these are about 1,847 cubic inches, or 1.1 cubic feet. So the last crate said U.S. Army Field Ration C, 8 cans meat and beans, 8 cans meat and vegetable hash, 8 cans meat and vegetable stew. So there, as this whole concept changed, so too did the packing and naming and all that. And here's another one that has 3 factory blank sides. It looks like it's got a shipping label on one side, or an inspection label, so we'll photograph that side as well. But I'm going to get this side. This is Karen Tanbox. I think a second one of my crates might have come over from overseas as well, just because a lot of our C rations got opened up somewhere else,
It's really awesome what this box is attached to.
Right?
I mean,
Thank you, Nick, for recognizing this kind of stuff, and you guys on stream. Like I know we're the audience of this kind of stuff. We're the people that care, but at the same time, I think piece by piece, more people can start seeing the value in caring for these sorts of things. Actually, I just realized, for the way this is set up, I might be shooting myself in the foot by doing these angled, I can really just come at it head on. Oh my God, look at that. I mean, there's no shadow. It's perfectly flat if you come back over here.
That looks good.
There we go. It's just sitting there. All right. That's that. A little lower. Yeah, I've been doing it wrong. Well, oh well, we're learning. So this one says, Phillips Packaging Company Incorporated contains, or contents, W.11, or W.1.1 probably. So that would be like weight 1.1. No, that wouldn't be. So CONTW 11-0009-QM-C8 inspected by, and then a inspected U.S. Army 323.VC 12-2-43. So this is the Caron box. This was packed in December 1943. This very, very well could have been shipped to England, been on a ship that was gonna, because they didn't jump out of planes with crates of sea rations. But as soon as we built the docks, as soon as we built the, because you know, Omaha Beach and Utah Beach didn't have craft landing spaces. We built these massive docking systems that we hauled over after the beach was secured, and linked together and built a temporary bay for bringing ships inside, a harbor, a temporary harbor and docking setup, and then we had a bridge pretty much going half a mile out into the sea where bigger ships were pulling up and just unloading supplies.
Also, Karen 10, if this wasn't Karen 10, it was definitely after the battle was over.
Well, exactly.
Because Karen 10 was
Our staging ground for moving further in.
what was the most important little town of World War II, because Patton's Third Army needed to get tanks over. It's not the Rhine River in Germany, but the Germans were bugging out because they knew the Atlantic Wall wasn't going to work. It was just pretty much to hold back the Allied invasion, but they were blowing up bridges behind them so armored vehicles couldn't get in and encroach on Germany. And Carentan was one of those towns that had bridges in it big enough to get tanks over the river. And it was only about a town of 2,000 people. It was very, very important. And Dick Winters, if you've watched Band of Brothers, the real Dick Winters, they actually built.
Pennsylvania native, by the way.
Yeah, from Lancaster. He's from Lancaster County.
I guess I shouldn't shout. It's right here. Sorry.
He's from Lancaster County. I had the opportunity to interview Bill Garnier and Babe Heffron at one point. Those guys were also Philadelphia natives.
So you did? Not just opportunity? You interviewed them?
Yeah, both of them.
You've spoken to Bill Garnier?
It's in my D-Day documentary.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah,
See why I have this guy here?
Yeah. My D-Day documentary, I made it in the 7th grade for National History Day, so if I could dig up the DVD and upload it, I promise I will, and I'll let Sean know, or I'll just give it to Sean, and he can upload it to the channel if he wants to.
So Nick went to a history and politics-based high school. So like
It was called Constitution High School. We were sponsored by the National Constitution Center, and we were also sponsored by a very large law firm here. They built a scale federal courtroom in our high school for our mock trial team to practice on. I went for the history stuff, but the National Constitution Center every year has what they call the National History Day competition. It's at the citywide level, state level, and then national level. And so I won citywide pretty much every time. But D-Day was my first documentary.
history buff. It's going to be great. Hey, Fordman, welcome. Welcome. Smokey's asking if anybody watches Danny Duncan. I have not heard that name, so I don't believe so. Pirates at Darkwater. That's taking me back, Xenosaga. I haven't seen Pirates of Darkwater since middle school, probably. We have one more of these crates to grab.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, that I just have up top here. I know you guys can't see me anymore, but you can hear me. I'm just putting some boxes back and trying to think what we're going to grab next in terms of cool stuff to photograph. So we've got lots and lots and lots of crates and boxes. Oop, I have a good plan. Let's take these, all these empties from up top. We'll start with these C's. I can get this stack. And then if you could grab some more of those. There we go. Got some MCIs. Whew. Oh, interesting. Interesting. What does Danny Duncan do? What does Danny Duncan do? Don't do what Donnie Don't does. Don't do what Donnie Don't does. A knife safety course. So yeah, no more propping for now. We're just gonna go with straight on, stark.
Hey, JW, thank you. The name of the floating bridge is Mulberry Harbor.
Mulberry Harbors. There were also concrete victory ships that were sunk as permanent structure once they got there. You wouldn't think concrete would be a great thing to build a boat out of. You would be absolutely incorrect. Concrete is a wonderful thing to build a boat out of.
And a fake pipeline called Pluto, pipeline under the ocean. They made a fake fuel line to give the Germans something to attack after.
We had a lot of neat projects like that. Communications line distractions, though protecting the copper line under the ocean. Did they eventually cut it? The copper line between the U.S. and the U.K. during World War II that we used for.
What, Pluto?
No, the transatlantic cable for communication. Because that goes back to the 1800s.
Not sure. Although,
I know we've upgraded and changed a number of times over the years, but
although in terms of you know the D-Day invasion, for any of you watching that are Ian Fleming James Bond fans, it was his idea.
the whole thing.
Yeah. So.
Okay. I'll run with you. You're the one who did the documentary.
Ian Fleming worked for the Department of Naval Intelligence for the British government under what was called the SOE, the Special Operations Executive, which is today MI6. Also, we had our own version called OSS, which later became the CIA.
And we also had the OCS around that a little later. But yeah, OSS. They have some interesting equipment that's finally been declassified years later, like the baseball grenade with the impact sensor. So it wouldn't go off until one of those plates got pressed into it. So
wow.
you could whip it, and it was completely set. You could arm it and carry it around as long as you didn't hit that button. But when you threw it, as soon as it impacted something and rolled a little bit, kabam.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, just in terms of like rations and sundries, Ian Fleming was ridiculously smart before he wrote James Bond, but the idea of D-Day was that we wanted to convince the Germans that we were invading from somewhere else, the port of Calais. So he came up with the idea to take a dead body of an English intelligence officer and put the proper sundries on it to make it look like he had gotten washed away at sea with battle maps and everything like that to convince the Germans that the invasion would come from Calais. And that was one of the reasons why we were able to pull off D-Day. That and that Eisenhower said we're going to launch during the bad weather instead of postponing, because the Germans believed that we wouldn't have launched an amphibious assault during high seas. The culmination of strategery.
Lockbox. Gentlemen, sum up your campaign in one word. Strategery. Lockbox. Oh, those were simpler times. Those were simpler times. Remember when people used to act like George W. Bush was a stupid person because of the few things he said that were a little quaint?
Got to brainificate and thinkify some of these
But,
ideas.
he certainly isn't. But
Oh,
for the first thing, he certainly is not a stupid person.
Well,
And I didn't, I'm not trying to get into politics too much, but like, remember when our bar was set just a little higher. Anyway, let's see. Just making sure I didn't lose track of chat, because okay, no, everybody is still up to date as far as I can tell. Michelle's back to feed the dogs and get her birds to bed. Oh, back. Had to feed the dogs and get her birds to bed. Yeah. That's, birds, get the birds to bed. That's an interesting phrase.
Oh, I do have something I'd like to share, Sean.
Go for it.
So, I guess this counts in terms of a ration, although it's not water that you can drink. But, so, you ever notice, like, on the World War II and I guess the Korean War as well, like, a lot of Jeeps had gas cans on the back of them?
Right.
Well, they're not gas cans, they're only for water.
The jerry cans?
Yes. They're for water, not for fuel, because, well, you wouldn't put a flammable fuel on the back of the Jeep when people are shooting at you with tracer rounds. So, that was solely to keep the Jeep radiated. And I actually dated a girl, her grandfather's name was Huey Boylo, and there are videos of him on D-Day. He was a Navy engineer, a Navy combat engineer. And one of the videos you could see on his helmet where it says his name, Boylo, is actually in, like, invasion footage. And he gave me a story about how cognac was used to...
It's pronounced cognac.
Cognac, whatever. But
Sorry, that's a joke we got going. It is not pronounced cognac.
They were somewhere in France, and their Jeep ran out of gas, and well, they found an abandoned cafe with all this cognac in it, and they had a choice to either drink the cognac or fill up the tank on the Jeep. It worked to get them where they had to be, but the Jeep is otherwise.
So, that's interesting, because alcohol. So what you want out of a good coolant is a higher boiling point than normal. So you add salt. Wait, no.
No, not for the radiator, for fuel. They use the cognac for fuel, but the engine's ruined at that point because the sugars in the cognac create, carbonation inside the engine's pretty much done. But it worked to get them out of where they were.
Interesting. I mean, multi-fuel stuff, you could certainly run a M31A2? Is that what I'm thinking of? The Deuce and a Half six-wheeler. Those have a multi-fuel engine. You could run alcohol, you can run kerosene, you can run diesel, you can run whatever pretty much.
Another pretty cool thing is they used to, old diesel subs from World War II and the Korean War, they used to pour like a half gallon worth of whiskey into the fuel. It would thin out the mix and give higher RPMs on the engine. It's the little things. Although, why your engineering officer has whiskey laying around is another question.
Labatt 69.
I found bottles of that 69. They are incredibly rare and incredibly expensive.
Well, you can thank Nixon for that. Not I just mean the character from Band of Brothers.
It was also, well, no, he was in New Jersey.
Or I mean the actual person.
Yeah.
Sorry, not just character, but you know, I'm sure that was a little bit of creative license for the show, more so than.
Coincidentally, his name was Richard Nixon. Both Richard Nixons served in World War II.
All right.
Oh, I could start bringing them back.
Sure. These two I've done. That one has labels on the other side. Just a word.
Face out.
So I grabbed this stack like this.
Oh,
so
okay, yeah, so
I want.
they-
Whoop.
They
Oh.
have to be turned around. 'Cause
So start from the left and put the words.
put this stuff out? Or,
This stuff in.
okay, and the words out.
The words out, and if possible, oriented to the bottom of the bottom.
That way?
Let me see.
Oh, like flip them over so they're not going off?
Like, yeah, on the shelf like that.
Okay.
Because then that way we can have them all side by side. See their, see which one, if we ever need to pull out a specific one. And that's the only side that they all have something on. So this has its metal band still in it. Clipped one, but, you know, still there. That's unfortunately a little too damaged to photograph, but we'll do the wrapped box. This one does not have.
Curious yes, anything with a turbine is supposed to be able to run anything that burns. You can technically fill up an Abrams tank with something that is not proper fuel. It'll be fine.
That thing's got a dang helicopter engine in it.
Two.
Two.
Yeah. Two. And they're actually, as complex as the engines are, they're made to be hot swappable. It's just a series of bolts, and and one engine is damaged, they just lift it out and pump a new one in. I have a buddy of mine who was in the cavalry in South Korea. He's back now, but yeah, he loved being a tanker.
Tanky. That means something else, I think.
Well, it's really cool. They got special boots. So if you ever look up tanker boots, they're a whole lot different than the regular standard issue. They have a bunch of straps on them. Pretty sure that's so you don't get laces snagged on things as you're getting out of the tank.
Certainly wouldn't want that. This is nice, guys. This is working out nice. And Nick keeping an eye on chat. That's the best.
It's nice to talk to people. Even if it's stuff. Pictures are looking a whole lot better than what's on them, to be honest.
That's what I mean. I think they look much nicer. So, might even want to reshoot the first few things, but we can see. You know, we'll have so much stuff to look through.
Is that yellow paint on the corner of things?
Probably not, but maybe. No, I would think that that was.
Just it's probably in someone's garage somewhere next to a can of paint.
Yeah. Ooh, there's actually an indicator on that. 08, 9808. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. There would be an indicator on there.
Accidentally hit a deer with the main gun of an Abrams tank. How does he know it wasn't deer? Because there would be much
Accidentally has some air quotes.
I
I'm
think that's
thinking.
100, is that a 175 millimeter cannon?
I don't know. You're asking me a question that doesn't have anything to do with something I can eat, so I'm going to be a little vague on the military details.
You can eat a deer. Don't know how much of it will be left to eat.
You're not asking me the millimeter size of the deer.
Hold on. So, it is a 120 millimeter cannon. Okay, yeah, so.
I have a sleeping bag from the that was in the Battle of the Bulge, but that's about it. That's awesome, Gail.
Yeah.
I mean, we're lucky, like in that sense that we have the ability to, talk to and met and lived with folks that served in World War II, Korean War, and the next generation's not going to have that.
So, Gail, just to let you know, I'm also the son of a World War II survivor. My father was born in Italy in 1939, so he was a little kid during both the occupation of the Germans and the Allied forces.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to wash my hands.
Okay, I don't have a mic.
What?
I don't have a mic in here.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's okay. Go on.
No, I just realized that. I'm going to take you guys over there, apparently. Well, we turned that off, so I can't turn that on.
It's okay. Go wash your hands.
Hey, guys, come on. Stare at Nick in silence while I wash my hands. No, we're having fun here, I hope. Still have, almost 2 hours left. Washing my hands, probably not coming through so clearly. I just noticed doing that lint roller that I was leaving some dark fingerprints behind on the lint roller itself, so did not want to be leaving those on ration cases or boxes and crates as we go.
Thanks for bringing the mic back.
Yeah.
But Gail, also there are quite a number of really famous Battle of the Bulge survivors around here, especially Bill Garnier and Babe Heffron being two of them.
Well, not any.
They were in the Battle of the Bulge.
No, I mean, not around anymore.
No, but I mean just in terms of people from Philly. You ever come around here? There's a pretty well-known sports bar chain called Chickies and Pete's. Chicky, the nickname of the guy it's named for is George Sharuk. I went to school with his granddaughter. He was a survivor in the Battle of the Bulge. It was in Bastogne and everything. So you're
It's pronounced Bastogne.
Bastogne.
I'm joking.
No, your dad got through one of the most rigid and just probably one of the hardest battles of World War II, if not the most important battle on the way to get over the Rhine River. So, your dad was one of 12 kids. Wow.
Yeah, my dad was one of 9 surviving children, 11 pregnancies in his family.
Yeah,
So my grandmother on that side had 2, either miscarriage or stillbirth, but had 9 kids that that made it.
77th Infantry.
Different times,
That's awesome.
Can't imagine 9 kids in a common family. I mean, how much would that cost an average family these days?
My dad was
Your dad?
one of 3 surviving children out of 9.
In terms of leaving Italy and
No,
after the
in
war?
terms of the war.
Yeah, that's what I mean, in terms of the war.
Yeah. But my grandfather on my mom's side actually came to the States when he was 16. He was from Sicily and joined the Army immediately because they were offering citizenship for doing so. And he was a U.S. Army tailor. He got to go back and live in his hometown in came off the general's uniform, so a lot of the times, or it could be a colonel, depends. So the way you know if somebody's a staff officer is like their uniform will usually have a braid over the shoulder, and instead of the U.S. insignia on the buttons back then, it would have been the insignia of the United States, so the eagle clutching the oak leaf, things like that.
You might need to be a little closer to me now that I'm like down and behind and on the floor
The grain.
in order for this to pick up. Can you guys hear him all right, or is he a little low? Just making sure. I mean, you guys seem to be responding to him just fine.
Yeah, you definitely understand now. It was a bitter cold, and believe it or not, they were pretty low in terms of supplies as well.
Yeah, they thought they were fully prepared when they went in, but there was a kind of a pincer move by, who was it? Came in around them. Not Rommel. But, yeah, so their supply line from Eindhoven was chopped short, and they were stuck there. And under the constant shelling, you couldn't really gather anything from the forest. So, when there was fire for warmth, it was mostly just fuel poured into holes and that sort of thing. But,
They weren't really allowed to keep fires going either. It's a pretty good way to get spotted by snipers. It kind of froze a lot, and they also didn't get winter wear and things like that.
yeah, half of them went in there without functioning, complete, complete shoes, let alone everything else. Winter gear was sparse. The sleeping bag that I have that, it's got markings in it from the former owner of places he had been along the way, and it's patched up, has some interesting stains. I could see having having spent a good chunk of time hiding in that thing.
Boardman, yeah, a lot of Germans were actually pretty happy to get captured, considering a lot of them were not even adults. A lot of the Hitler youth were pretty much forced into service towards the end of World War II, because something like 300,000 to 500,000 German troops alone had been captured in Russia after. It's not called instead.
And how many soldiers did Germany conscript during the war? Was it 28 million or 22 million or something?
Something like that. It really depends on the nation, So, one of the countries whose biggest cooperator with the Germans was the Ukraine. So, they actually they were dressed up in, SS and Wehrmacht uniforms during the war, just because parts of the Ukraine were considered original Germany, as well as Poland. But yeah, in terms of supplies and rations, I would imagine anything from the Battle of Bulletin and Bastogne is probably ridiculously rare to find at that point. Maybe a canteen. Yep, frostbite was definitely a massive problem. You got to remember those guys literally had to dig foxholes that were just getting cold water poured into them from the snow around them. So imagine standing in that for months on end.
This is all going to have to get fixed up eventually, but for now, it's still an example. Yeah, you can keep going. This is great.
I'm enjoying talking about this. I like talking history with people. I'm really good at World War II because that's very, very important to me. But yeah, I do have a couple of things that my grandfather rescued from a burning church in France. I have a Bible.
As long as it's not art and gold,
No.
then
There was a church on fire, so they ran in to save what they could, and he brought back a Bible. Oh, Sean.
chat disconnected. Please wait. Oh, okay. Gonna have to poke at that. I hope everything's okay here. Hope we didn't lose everybody. I did have auto stop on for once. I think we're still good.
There you go. Just welcome to live chat.
Okay.
Can you guys
just making sure we didn't lose the video. So whoever can let me know first is a cool person.
Can you guys hear us okay? We lost chat for like a minute.
According to the inner one, we didn't lose any messages. We just
Yeah.
couldn't see. Okay,
Cool.
thanks, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody, that really digs in on military history, you gotta have a niche. You gotta have, something that's your, your thing, or else it's too much. There's so much that can, I mean, heck, you're looking at a perfect example. There's an entire, discipline around just the food itself, let alone, the folks that plan out, figure out the uniforms and the backpacks and the shoes and the everything. It's
Well, yeah, I mean,
there's a lot that goes into
food was
gear and.
food was actually incredibly important in terms of the German general staff. So, it's a pretty well-known fact. Hitler suffered from gastritis. So, he would only eat a vegetable-based diet, and whenever he had meetings, usually the generals weren't happy about it.
Yeah, because he would shove that at other people the whole
Yeah.
time too.
So, they pretty much had to eat whatever he ate, and, he suffered from gastritis to the point where it was very painful, which is why, his doctor was giving him, so many different, not barbiturates,
Well, he was taking.
like,
He was taking amphetamines of
Yeah.
a couple types.
um,
Methamphetamine for one, but he took a couple amphetamines. I don't know the full story of the man. Don't really want to, but
well, and no, but you think about like, hey, the importance of, it's a pretty unhealthy thing now, but I mean, the importance of a cigarette in World War II kind of changed history. When Neville Chamberlain went over to meet with Hitler before the war, Hitler banned smoking, so that Neville Chamberlain, who was a notorious chain smoker, would was just going crazy, and at that point he would have, he was willing to just, yes, whatever you want, please, so I can go outside and have a cigarette at some point. So, just imagine like something that somebody consumes being used as, like psychological warfare to get what you want in a negotiation between diplomats. Like that alone, right there, packs of cigarettes were, given out to American soldiers before they knew how, unhealthy they really are. And even though I think in the 50s, when they either digest that did the study that found out that cigarettes were cancerous or something like that. I mean, like, even until the end of the Vietnam War, they were still giving out cigarettes to soldiers.
yeah, 1972, 1973-ish.
Yeah.
Is the general colloquial expectation though? Cutoff point that we assume, but I don't think I have 100% confirmation. And I know there are one-offs here and there that where
Old Smoke, Tootsie Rolls in the Chosen reservoir. I'll have to check that out.
Chosun sounds like South Korea.
Yeah. I'll have to check that out.
Oh yeah. Definitely, if you want some fun, definitely catch up on Smokey's show. So Old Smokey has a show on the History Channel, Eating History, where he's eaten quite a few fantastic things.
Gotcha.
And we're all hoping for a season 2 someday. COVID put a bit of a damper on the editing that was still going on season 1.
Gotcha.
But we got a bunch on the air. We got to see a bunch on the air. I didn't get anything on the air. I didn't. I'm just a fan. show-wise.
These figures are stained yellow by the nicotine and tobacco. That's must have, chain smoker that rolls his own cigarettes. He must have had the most muscular fingers in the world.
Because he got to keep going.
You gotta get the next one ready. No, I get it.
I had a little machine for rolling cigarettes where you'd pack a tobacco resin. Or no, you wouldn't. You'd pack a. How the heck did it all work?
I used to have one that was like a tube, and you buy the already made tubes, you pack the tobacco in it, and just slide it in and stuff it.
It was. Oh, that's what it was. You had a reservoir for the tubes, and they had the filters in them, and then you had that space in the middle, and you'd put your tobacco in and take a little thing and tamp it down.
Yeah.
Then you'd pull a handle, and it would essentially have a little metal thing that
Yeah,
the
it
tube
slid out
the
into
tube fed over, and then the metal piece came out. Well, I guess I could do like, the metal piece came back out, and the tobacco was still inside, and then you'd pull it out, and then the next one, and the next one, and the
Yeah.
next one, and you could make a carton of cigarettes in 2002-ish for, I don't know, like $7.
I had a neighbor.
Versus at the time spending, the outrageous price of like $30 on a carton of cigarettes or $35.
Sorry to hear that, Ford man.
I haven't smoked in years, and I don't intend to, but
It's,
what? Great grandpa on your dad's side was
yeah.
that's a shame, Fordman. And that does bring up a good, there's never a bad time to remind folks to reach out to a soldier when you can. Reach out to a friend that served. Make sure they know they've got somebody to talk to. It's something a lot of folks may not assume they have out there. That
A soldier that comes back without a wound.
that's a good way to put it. Getting to the cycle out point.
Oh, crap. I'm supposed to be moving things. I don't want to lose this prestigious position.
I got folks chomping at the bit to come in here for free on Sundays and move boxes for me. No, I don't. All right, this is a big one. Might not stay in macro mode for this. No, it is way better.
Oh, okay. Big gigantic.
And then,
Are the one on the other side empties too?
yeah, did we get everything from this side?
Yeah, that's the last of it.
Okay. That one went on top of the,
That was at the end next to that.
yeah. Well, that one.
This was at the end.
Okay, so in the back there's the metal barrel and the box, and there's another cardboard box on top of the green box that has the officer's mess.
Uh-huh.
Let's bring the barrel, the box, and the crate.
What about the lost at sea?
That's what I mean. The barrel being the lost at sea, not the one under.
Oh,
it.
not the. Okay.
The one under it, I don't think is ration related. We're
Okay.
just find it interesting, and we'll see what we figure out there someday. So, one thing I'm not doing that I should be doing if these are going to be like, hey James, welcome to the stream. If these are going to be like, museum collection photos, I'm going to need to have like a ruler or whatever the heck it is. I'm going to have some kind of indicator of size on these things. So, since that information's important in the long run, but right now, this is more than okay. Where did the lint roller wander to? I put it somewhere, I'm sure. Yep. Here I was thinking,
Grabbing the officer's nest too?
yeah,
Okay.
might as well bust that out. break up the box monotony with something really neat looking. Hope you guys are enjoying either way. This has been a fun one. Do the math. Double do. All right. I had all these other plans for today too, thinking, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. You know, this is this is enough for a big long stream. Might try and keep doing this. I wish I could leave this set up, but
It's really awesome though that we're like doing this and we're having like a dialogue.
I mean this is the, you know. So I don't know. You guys are going to hear this phrase. Hey, Dub C, welcome. You know, we're going to hear this phrase a lot from me over the next few weeks. Snowballing. This whole thing is snowballing. I've got so much more enthusiasm for it lately, and it's thanks to all of you guys. You know, this has been a hard thing for a long time. Trying to figure out how I'm gonna get this thing off the ground, how I'm gonna make good on all the you know, the hopes and dreams I had early on that turned into responsibilities and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So it got a bit much, but you know, these days I feel like it's not sitting on my shoulders so heavy anymore. It's all of us. It's a group effort, you know, to catalog this, to spread the word, to keep this whole thing going. And you know, soon enough we're going to be fundraising, you know, expanding our space, collecting more things, reaching out to, you know, to build our information stores up, you know, reaching out to branches of the military, to factories, to everything we can, getting stories, getting details. You know, bit by bit, this thing's gonna keep snowballing. The effort will be worth it. I really wish some of these cases didn't have any tape on them. You know, they're still the only examples I have. Like this one has a big label with tape over it. You know, I'm gonna have to come back with a better method of getting this stuff off. So at this point I didn't do it, you know, because I don't want to ruin anything. So I'd rather have them with some tape on them and in the collection than nothing, you know. Certainly not going to highlight that side, but
You know what's funny? I wish. So, little sort of tidbit.
fun fact.
My family had for a while over in Italy, but it's gone now. It was sold to a collector. During World War II, when the Germans bugged out, they left a lot of vehicles behind because they didn't have enough fuel. And my dad and uncle, my uncle was 9 and my father was 5, pushed back to their house it was a Moto Guzzi motorcycle for the German army. And it sat there for several years until about maybe 5 months after I started working here with Sean. My uncle passed away, and we decided to get rid of it over there and send it to a good home where somebody was going to restore it and take care of it. But it was really, really cool. For you guys that like motorcycles in general, Moto Guzzi made quite a bit of motorcycles for the German Army. They are an Italian motorcycle manufacturer now, but it had an original suicide shifter on it, which was awesome. If you're not familiar with motorcycles, usually you shift on the, with your left foot, but this had a shifter on the left side so that when you hit the clutch and had shift gears, you had to let go of the throttle and hop back onto it really quickly, which is kind of dangerous. That's why they called it a suicide shifter. But everybody had that back at the time. Most of the American motorcycles were Indians, and they had something are very similar. Don't think Harley Davidson might have had quite a few motorcycles in the U.S. Army, but yeah, it was kind of cool. It's one of the things that got me into motorcycles in the first place. No sidecar though.
We got ourselves a production now.
Yeah. Actually, so this went on top of that officer.
Right. Right. I'll get to.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Oh.
Tis a heavy one. Alright, so I'm gonna put this on your desk until I have that officer.
Okay. So this, I'm gonna make some space to come in from the side. So this thing, I think we've taken a look once or twice. This is a 1951 issue Roebuck, Rauschbach,
Watch your phone.
Rauschbach Officer's Mess.
It's made in J.
So this is the plates, silverware, etc. for serving the officers in a company. This is a Korean War era crate, and it's got full contents minus maybe one or two little bits that we'll figure out over time. But really neat thing. It is very heavy. We're going to want to raise these lights, I think, a little bit. There is a bit too much shadow on here.
Now, were these like issued to every officer, or like an officer could have requested one of these?
I think it was more for a company,
Gotcha.
for its officers,
Oh, okay.
because
There's several.
there's place settings and food and stuff inside for 8.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think 8.
Because I couldn't imagine one guy wanting to lug around something that I'm pretty sure weighs like 30 pounds.
Well, I'm sure even if it was for one officer, they'd have someone else lugging it around for them. Delegation. But just the fact that we can put this out and take a picture, blow dryer or heat gun for the stickers,
No.
or I mean for the tape on the cases.
Boardman found a half a set of U.S. cavalry saddle bags from 1917 in a cabin on his property, and he used it as a bag for when he was muzzleloader hunting.
Oh, neat.
That's pretty dope. I didn't know that about Tootsie Roll. That's pretty dope.
You gotta say some stuff out loud, both for folks without the chat's benefit and for my benefit.
Sorry.
No worries. I'm just throwing a tip.
So basically, Corey looked up Operation Tootsie Roll. It was a code name for ammo, but they sent Tootsie Rolls. They would chew them up and fill in fuel tank pumps with it. Yeah.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
It's supposed to snow all night.
There were a good 4 inches on the ground.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I came into a bare ground.
Yeah.
So, okay. Worst case scenario, I can leave the car there and make it home another way. I don't need to drive it back.
You have a futon.
I'm not sleeping here. I do have a futon here. That is a phrase, that is a statement that is not incorrect. Oh, not that. I'm going to keep that in the middle. I thought that was a zoom. I can do this then. So in this case, I want to get, a nice close-up of the badge itself. getting to the fun with this thing. Oh, that'll drop and snap my hand off. I can feel it. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna bring this up just a little so you guys can see what I'm seeing. So this is a fun one. This has everything one would need to set up, set up a little, not mess hall, but set up an officer's mess in its own tent or structure. So we've got that wooden box up top is held in with a leather strap, and that's going to have our silverware and our salt and pepper shaker set and that sort of thing. And then in the bottom we've got, we've got the plates, the bowls, the serving platters, the coffee pot, all the different mugs for everybody, the milk and tea set, or milk and sugar canisters for tea, but I don't have one of the two of those. We'll see which one that was shortly. And that's, I think, the only thing that's missing there. But I'm just going to get some shots of the whole thing open. Playing the Paranoia RPG. Oh, I've played Paranoia. Friend computer. But that's all above my pay grade, if you catch me. Going to get everything out and set it all up in a nice pile. Don't think we're going to get granular with every single thing, but for this, you can see the straps hold this in place. This folds down, and now we've got our silverware and salt and pepper shaker and all that. How bad is it? It's a blizzard, he says. It's a blizzard, he says. Sure. Sure.
It's a Philly. What do you want?
It's a Philly blizzard. Thank you, Nick.
Never lived in Montana. I'm sorry.
Nothing's useless. You'll find at some point along the way your game master wanted you to get sick of those ball bearings and drop them, and then there'll be some puzzle that needed something that size and round, and he'll be chucking it. Did I get your assistance, Nick? Oh, might have lost him. Just gonna put that up that way for the moment. Get this off the table. Oh. Let's see. Hey again, guys. Been a little while. I don't know. That's a good question, Pete. Would something like this crate stay with vehicles? It certainly isn't a carried-in thing. If it is, it's the only thing somebody's carrying. It's not pack friendly. It weighs probably 40 or 50 pounds. It does feel like something that would be, with a more semi-permanent, encampment. So generally, you got your, setup at the front, and then you got your fallback posts or your operating bases, not necessarily up there. So feels like something that, this honestly feels like something that would make sense getting issued to a MASH unit or something like that. I know this is not a great setup, but just trying to convey what all is here. Use some. See, I'm missing chat. Any super urgent questions? Oh, got it. Well, if I get trapped here, or if the car gets trapped here, the car gets trapped here. I'm not going to be bothered by it. These are the same fork. There we go. Exactly. Now, the British, of course. The British are pretty known for sticking to tradition throughout the war, in terms of timing and separation of officers and regulars, and just keeping up the that kind of class distinction that.
Yes, but they have boxing there.
Yeah, the officer flip. That's a great episode of MASH.
It really exists.
I know it does, but that is a good episode of MASH.
It is a good episode.
So that's not looking bad. What do you guys think of the officers' mess all in one pile there? That's quite a bit of flatware and whatever else one would call it.
Is it tin or is it steel?
That's steel. That's all stainless.
Pretty cool.
Or anodized, some of it maybe, but
Are there caps to the salt factory?
they're on. Yeah.
They're on?
Yeah, these are. So.
Oh, okay, because I was seeing the threading and it looked like something else screwed up.
Yeah, so these come off, and they're neat little spaces inside, and then these caps, you can see, tilt, and you can see through, twist,
Oh.
twist to seal.
That's pretty cool.
So, there's 2 salt, 2 pepper. And there's still that one pull right there that I want to get out of it. Just a little too close to that infinite edge, you know. This is all a little bit. Oh, perfect. Okay, no, not perfect. Dang it. There. Just want to keep it down, not really trying to attach it for the life story of how British troops in World War I would heat up their water-cooled machine guns with live fire so they could use them to make tea. How British is that?
Now during World War I, they would run out of water. They would urinate into the like, what is it, the reservoir that would go around the barrel? I don't know what that part's actually called, but yeah. They pee into their gun to cool the gun.
Fun fact. This just looks so good. I mean, come here, look at this. Like so. That's not bad, but then,
That's awesome.
yeah. I think this is starting to really come together.
Well, you don't know if it's true what the peeing in the gun.
So that's the thing. I've learned my lesson for the most part about telling Nick, all right, that sounds a little ridiculous. I think it's been like 20 things now where I'm like, yeah, that doesn't sound right.
No,
And then piece by piece, he's like, no, just read this. Okay, now read this. Now what about that? Oh, okay, you're right. Okay, in that instance, that it's like, yeah, he's I don't know. There certainly are, plenty of things that have started as fables and made their way into supposedly true. But so let's see. There are markings on these. So let's see if I can get a good enough angle to see. Probably won't be able to. It says U.S. the Vollrath Company. So these are made by the Vollrath Company. Vollrath. And this says USASCO on the back. The forks are Royal US. The spoons appear to be Oneida craft.
The knives are also royal.
The spoons are Silco. Oh, you guys are looking at my back. I'm sorry. The spoons are Silco, which some Silco spoons from the space program can run upwards of $5,000-$6,000 a piece, but I doubt those are. And that's the thing. A Silco spoon from the '60s that ended up in the space program isn't any different.
It's just got Velcro on it.
I mean, it's just a spoon. But a spoon that's been to space. This is Nash, U.S. Nash.
Interesting how a full kit wasn't made by one company.
It makes sense, especially war effort. They had to just have suppliers of these different things. This could also be altered and put back together by collectors years later. These Oneida craft spoons, they're sticking out to me as probably lumped in there, that maybe not original. The Silcos are fine, the Royals are fine. I just need to look up the Oneida craft stuff.
I mean, Oneida's existed for years.
Vollrath for the cups makes sense. This is probably Nash as well. No, this is a Miro. See, like there's a mix of stuff here. Then this must be a Nash. No. U.S. wherever. So, let's see if this is visible any angle there. This is great. This says TAC-UCO and then aluminum across the middle. Trademark 1951, made in the U.S. U.S. wherever. This is aluminum. So I guess a lot of this, I guess this is all probably aluminum then, except for the spoons and stuff. I'm not sure. This feels like steel.
It's got to be brushed.
This? Yeah, that, okay. I don't know. Anodized aluminum. It's flat. It smells like the 50s in there.
Oh. It smells like the Franklin Institute.
It smells like the...
Walk around an old museum, you'll understand exactly what Sean and I mean right now.
It smells like the 50s in there.
Oh my. It's an interesting smell though, isn't it? Can't stop smelling it. Wonder what was in here. There's like remnants from stuff at the bottom.
See, now I want to snap the maker's marks on all of these, but that's another project for another day. We're gonna start packing this back in the box, and get something else up on the table.
That's with a magnet.
Yeah, that would be
Good
that'd be a good way to go, item by item. Oh, stepped on something. Okay, didn't break it.
Several quarts to trip over.
There is a lot. There's a lot. All right. You start handing me stacks of things.
What do I start with? Question.
Pretty much anything.
Okay.
Let's do all the silverware and the salt and pepper shakers, and then I can put this part back.
Give me the shaker.
Yar! Here be the shakers. I guess it probably goes like that. Just want to make sure. Yeah, okay. Knives. Apologies for all these noises. Oneida spoons. Silco spoons. There is an empty space in here, so I don't think I have a complete set. There was probably a salad fork section in addition to the regular forks. So that might be something I'm missing.
Might have been like serving utensils, something like that. Maybe Tom.
Maybe.
Officers never touch their food.
All right, I need the other stack of these.
Oh, nice stuff.
All right. Actually, we're doing that way. Oh, I thought it was still on the calling you a liar part next, but no.
No, I think it was asking about a comment above it. It just happened to come in.
What did I do? What did I do incorrectly this time about this? So, gotta keep rotating where the handles go. There we go.
You know what's funny? I want to know. What did they have that was actually big enough to take up that platter in the field?
I mean, the whole main course. roast squab.
Like, is there, is
Or
there like a U.S. Army pot roast ration we don't know about?
probably.
Pretty interesting.
So that goes there. So do those. And then what I'm missing, I think, is the sugar canister, and that would have gone right there. And that last one was the milk. And the coffee pot is not a percolating pot. I don't. Wait, actually, no. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm crazy.
Percolating? Like percolates?
No. Okay. So the coffee pot, or juice pot, or whatever it happens to be, you can tell was not meant to cook anything. It's meant to serve something. So it would never be showing up at the table burnt and blackened. You know.
Oh, okay. So you'd boil it, pour whatever was in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Foreman says, my mess kit was made in 1918. I know most people eat MRE straight from the pouch in the field, but the side slit pouches always feel like they're about to spill, and the top slits are just annoying. Yeah, you know, like a mess kit's much better way to actually, eat your ration. When I'm at home, I dump them out into a bowl whenever I can, because you've got, you got your pouch, and you're going in and you're getting your food, and you're getting the outside, you're getting the outside of your fingers like fooded up, and trying to keep them clear. It's not fun. All right, what should we put on the table next after these?
I don't know. What we got?
I don't know. Do we have anything? Is there anything left to take pictures of?
No.
I'm hilarious. We got hundreds and hundreds of things in here. Oh, you are
What's John?
the observation camera. Hey, Nick.
I thought those like those home computers.
Yeah, perfect. 48% still on the streaming phone.
Oh, cool.
It's been on for 3.5 hours with the video on, because we always start early with this thing. Gosh, to anybody who's ever wondering, if you're looking for just an easy thing to throw on to like a stream so that you have a second angle, that's a Samsung Galaxy A10e. I got it on eBay for $30 because it has a cracked screen, and you don't need the screen for the camera function. Actually, no, that one is from Nick, but I got the same thing because I like that one so much. And you run a program called IP Webcam, and then just make sure you set it so that it runs with the screen turned off in background mode, and you're good. Like, if you don't have anything else running on the phone, it'll go for 5 hours, 6 hours, broadcasting. It's great. So, and I got kind of wrapped up in prep for this today, and I forgot to eat. So it's been a long, hungry day, but
There's a box of Bakelite stuff.
I can't eat Bakelite stuff,
No, I need
Nick.
to take pictures of it.
Oh, the Melmac stuff.
Yeah.
Melamine, not Bakelite. Yeah, it's so at some point when we do a fundraiser or whatever, I have cafeteria serving gear for lots of folks. So either we keep enough that we can do events where we set up the same trays and stuff they would have in MASH, or we give some out as full review sets, because I have the bowls, the little condiment bowls.
Well, they had tin trays in that.
They did, they did. You're right. There's a whole episode about it.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Tracking down the missing trays.
But that era.
Does setting up a gin mill also count for rationing?
We're not setting up a gin mill.
Not selling it.
Did you grab those? Oh, you did already. There is a huge box right next to where those were. It's not a ration box or a labeled box. It's just about this big by this big. It has the B52 oven in it.
Oh,
If we're gonna snap those, we might as well
Yeah.
snap that. I think it also has the K rations that we're not gonna shoot right now because I really don't want to keep handling those, but.
it says K rations, kosher.
Does it say
ration,
something about an oven?
Melmac tray? Oh,
B52.
B52 oven, yeah. Sorry, there were a lot of things written on this one. Okay, here's a mash tray.
Yeah, we'll snap one of those too.
Well, that's a big ration.
That is hamburgers, raw.
Oh, just like patties?
32 patties.
Are they like in brine or something?
No, they're raw. They're freeze dried.
Oh.
That's a 1970 or 71 can. So those will, when you rehydrate them, they will turn into raw beef,
Oh.
as raw beef as you want to handle.
These don't go bad.
Those I
Is
would
it
eat them. I would
dehydrated?
eat them in 100 years.
That's awesome. Yeah, because they're dehydrated. They can't take on bacteria.
I mean, they certainly can if there's punctures in the can, if the seal's bad, if anything made it in there before it got sealed. They can still eat from them, but anything that needs any water content to survive is pretty much out of luck in there because there really shouldn't be any until like exposure to outside moisture or something happened. Well, those should not be in any way rancid. So you would get raw beef. You know, you could, yeah, and it would be like a regular patty. You know, you could form it however you want. You could take two of them and form them together to make a bigger one. 32.
This is 32 hamburgers. Well, I guess when you remove all the water from it, that's why it weighs less than a pound.
Exactly.
So
So freeze drying was, a huge jump in technology. As long as you had water where you were or where you were going of some kind, then you could make, you could essentially take 6 or 8 times the food easily in terms of weight, and then reconstitute it on the other side.
So rehydrating meat would be like what? 3 pounds worth of meat? No,
Um,
way more than 3 pounds.
I think it's around 5 or 6 pounds worth of meat.
Whoa. Maybe if you, I don't know if it really existed, but there is an episode of MASH where Colonel Blake gets a U.S. Army issued barbecue.
And guys watching, we're gonna reference MASH a lot. I will say MASH is one of my favorite shows ever, and certainly just the jokes about food and stuff in it are part of why I wanted to get involved and come to Ration's defense. Because even that far back, they're made fun of pretty hard.
Do you think that barbecue exists in real life?
That what does?
The U.S. Army issued barbecue.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Because
Yeah.
if it does, we should make ration burgers on a U.S. Army barbecue.
I don't think we're gonna get a good look inside that can. That's all right. U.S. Army burgers on a U.S. Army barbecue. Oh my God, that'd be so much fun. I do want to have some events where we all get together and eat Army food at some point.
Thank you, JW, a man of culture, loves MASH. Also met Alan Alda once. Very nice.
This guy. We're gonna play six. We're gonna play
No, no,
6
I
degrees
met
of
him like one time.
6 degrees of Nick Ambergelli. If you haven't met Nick, then you must not be that important.
I don't meet a lot of people. Most of them are running the opposite directions. No, I met him at like an Italian American benefit dinner. Got to sit at his table. Pretty dope.
Personal politics aside, he definitely was a iconic kind of actor. Seen him in a couple things other than MASH, and it just doesn't work. He's Hawkeye Pierce. The end. So there's a lot of dust on here. I'm going to see if I can kick some of it out with, oh, perfect.
Onto the clean white.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Holy Christmas, Sean.
What?
I don't know. I just felt it down. Holy Christmas.
This is working nice. What's Chad up to? Complete mash set.
And the portable bar cake. Oh, that's
nice.
awesome.
Whoop. No, no, no. I'm not asking you to do anything. Watch. I was wearing this just in case, like I got a, hey Sean, your stream's dead kind of text in the middle of the stream this time.
Thank you, Caitlin. We were just talking about the idea of the still, for historical purposes.
See, he's not going to stop. Oh, all right. So, this.
One hefty piece of metal. It's like tack welded right here and everything. Like that is a
Oh
weld.
yeah. That is a
weld.
that is a less than perfectly cleaned up weld. My grandfather would look at that weld and.
I mean, it serves its purpose. It's not really supposed to look pretty. It's supposed to go into a home piece.
Yeah, tell that to a craftsman. Tell that to a craftsman. They want to do work they're proud of. That's a sloppy weld right there.
Well, the military bought it. It was definitely made by the lowest bidder. So
Get some Armageddon quotes in here.
I'm just saying that it's kind of true, though. You'll never see Tiffany and Co. on anything from the U.S. military. Or will you? Food for thought.
Food for thought.
Food for thought. Sean, is that for heating liquids?
It can be. Yeah. So, good question, Jesse. This so this was meant for heating MREs on the go, and for heating liquids. So,
Is that a steam tray in there?
so it is essentially a steamer setup.
Oh.
This whole top comes off. This piece here. How are we for seeing this thing on here? Let me bring it up a little.
His feet says the meetup sounds great.
One of these days. So this whole piece can come off just fine. We've got in here this inner piece where if you were cooking rations, you would put this in, you would put water in here, and you would put water in, a little water in, well actually,
Oh.
I can't recall if you have to use this as a double boiler or if you put water directly in this.
It's a steam table.
No, you do. You put water in here. You put your rations in here, and then you close it, and it'll cook it. Boil in bag. But if you're going to do drinks, you take this out, and inside, see if you guys can see inside down at the bottom corner, you see the outlet. And so if you were using it for drinks, you would keep that out. You'd fill it with your liquid, and then coming out of here, you got your spigot. So open, closed, open, closed. It's threaded too, so you could hook up to feed this into something. To run this, you got your three pin power. I want to say this is a 24 volt, but let me check. 28 volt voltage, 28 DC. Cutout temperature 205 Fahrenheit. So this is not meant for boiling things. Meant for heating things. So this is this will go along with Technical Manual 1.07310241112 and P.
Cool. So I'm trying to get everybody in order here. So yes, Gail, good idea. Tagline for the website section's called Food for Thought and Fun Facts. JW doing a meetup at the Ration Museum is pretty cool. And Corey, yes, I would not drink from that thing either. The metal is slightly dirty.
Yeah, it's a little rust. Oh, thank you. It's a little rusty, corrody looking.
Well, what's cool is that's just a hotel pan with a handle drilled into it.
Gail works in a factory that packs, not military food, right? Just food? I can't remember, Gail. I'm sorry.
Well, I know, like, you know the hot dog carts we have all over the city, like something like that
Oh, yeah, yeah.
would sit in a steam table and like keep hot dogs hot all day. The little yellow nubs coming off of it, are they just to like lock it into place wherever it goes?
So, yeah, where it mounts to the Humvee frame,
Oh, okay.
There are,
There's bolts that
there's
go.
points drilled, so you would pop these little covers off, and you'd have your exposed bolt stick through. I mean, nut. Wait, no, bolt stick through, and then you put a nut on it on the other side. So I wanted to get this plate.
I wonder what this is. Is this like a fresh release?
Nope, I'm not sure. Oh wait, yeah, the steam comes out right there.
She does soups and side dishes.
Awesome. Just want to get less of a band across it when I take a couple shots.
Not for the military. Canned chicken and homemade buffalo sauce. Sounds kind of good.
Kinda.
Yeah, for man. What are your thoughts on canned chicken and homemade buffalo sauce?
I had canned chicken for dinner last night.
Canned chicken?
Well, technically pouched. I had a AmeriQual disaster meal. Menu chicken chunks. So chicken chunks
They're very fine.
is just a pouch of chicken. It's not super. It's not super salty. I don't. It's not a low sodium meal, but it's not in brine. It's dry meat. You know.
Oh.
I mean, it's a little. It's moist, but it's not. It's not sitting in liquid
I think you
because you're supposed to spoon it right out onto.
Didn't you gave me a chicken taco one for lunch once that we had in the grill.
That was a real MRE.
I know, and it was great. Very salty.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the sodium on those, you're gonna be.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be thinking this is great for my diet. Oh, I screwed up on that last one. I am gonna have to bring it back again. So I'll do that in a second. I just realized I was in the wrong mode the whole time. This looks 1,000 times better. So this one, the steam hole is through that big old nut on top.
And the hole is small. It looks like it listens.
So this one,
Looks like it could listen.
this is a neat one. You've got a regular spigot. That other one was a lot more rigid. You got two clips to take the top off. Same power. This time you got a much harder to accidentally flip switch. And got our same 3 mount points. Ooh. Same concept, different era.
One thing noted on that I just noticed when I read the little placard on the front of it, it does not boil nor is it
No.
able to
It'll
disinfect anything.
it'll shut itself down at 205, and you usually would run it at 180. And it is a warmer, not a. You would not consider it for cooking things or sterilizing things. Like imagine coffee. You put hot water through a coffee machine, but it sure ain't just sitting there bubbling, boiling. In the pot when you're done. But it's going to be at 160, 180 degrees, something like that. You'd scorch your coffee or your cocoa. Otherwise, No, I think for the most part they wouldn't ever put like coffee in one of these. They would put. Oh, could I get you to bring the first one back? I'm sorry. I realized I was shooting it in the wrong mode. But yeah, they wouldn't put coffee in something like this. They'd just put the water in, and then you'd, since you were using these to heat your MREs, you know, a crew of guys going out in a Humvee would take their entree pouches, their side pouches, whatever they wanted to get warm, and stick it in there. And then, if you were using another one for drinks, you'd have your coffee instant type, whichever, and you'd have, your spiced cider or whatever you got that you just take the hot water. That'd be enough, and get your drink going. Get your drink on. All right, so that's what I did wrong. I was not in the right mode the whole time. So this is going to look much better. Just your choice of things to start whistling.
Because he said, get your drink on.
Get your drink on. Get your drink. Get your freak on. Get your freak on. Okay.
I know.
I'm like trying to think of what the heck that was. Get your freak on.
I'm glad you knew what was going on there.
It got sampled in a Girl Talk song, so that's probably the first time I heard it. Girl Talk's an interesting guy out of Pittsburgh that does mashups. Not safe for work, but good guy. He'll mash like Biggie Smalls into Elton John into Boston, all in one moment, And it's just wonderful. This thing's just great.
I don't know how ration related this is, but I would kill for one chocolate chip cookie.
Stuff falling all around. Can you grab this?
Oh,
Thank you. Oh, there we go, there we go. Sorry, what was the thing you said?
I would kill for some warm chocolate chip cookies right now.
Ooh,
I don't know why.
ooh, that'd be good. How's everybody still feeling? Yeah, just canned chicken cold isn't the best thing in the world. But heated up, it's pretty good. Now, if you got the Ameriqual disaster meals, you're not going to get it heated up too well, with their FRHs. But or with the the disaster meal FRHs specifically. But I keep trying different things to see if I can get it a little better. Last night, just for the heck of it, I tried Gatorade as the liquid going into the heater. That's all right. So, because of the salt content, I figured it was worth a shot. Just as something to know, like if it's any quicker to heat things up that way. Let's see, we'll do the back first on this. I'll move that up there so it looks like it's still fully connected.
So what kind of beef did you come on?
So the box, my labeling may not be accurate. This is a food pack. This is an in-flight food cooking system for a plane. But what it actually went in, we'll have to do our own research over time. So I have it down as a B52 or a B17 or a B29 oven. The era on this is food packet in-flight type 8, so that should help us narrow it down, I think. Think type 8. By all means, research as we go.
That's what I'm doing.
Just when you find something complicated, don't expect me to already know it. Go right ahead and read something off to us instead of like, hey, did you know? Because I won't. All right, so let's see. So this has some Bakelite in it, oddly enough. We were talking about Bakelite a minute ago. This has this whole layer here, Bakelite, very heat resistant. And then we got a nice little button there that tells the oven that the door is closed and it's safe to operate. There was a gasket around that's a little dry rotted now, you can see, but
Okay, I don't know, obviously where that one came from, but basically it's actually still used today in long-range bombers by bomber crews. They're even outfitted in the B-2 bomber.
these little like can cooking ovens. or-
Yeah, it's specifically for long-range missions where they refuel in air. They obviously have to eat over 13-hour periods. So yeah, these are fitted in long-range bombers, so there's a good chance it came out.
So
of
you can
these
see,
places.
I'm actually going to go grab a can. Just as an example, I won't grab an in-flight. Actually, let's see. I think I have some in-flight cans I can grab. Dark brown, dark brown. You're talking to nobody. I have the mic, Nick. Sorry, he's over there talking to you guys, but I think he forgets that the microphone is attached to me. So I'll have to remind him when I'm back over there. So let's see. Ion. Food packet in flight. Food packet in flight. Okay.
You have the mic on.
I talked about that.
Oh.
I was saying to the mic, you know, he doesn't realize he's talking to, unfortunately, no one. All right.
I often talk to myself.
So we can do some of these next, maybe. But so we've got
Peaches.
food packet in flight individual IF8.
It might look like that might be stuck to the bottom there, Sean.
These
This is sticky. Oh, never mind.
some of these have been prepped.
Oh, okay.
So bone chicken solid pack, and you would snap it in like that into the oven, and you take one of these that doesn't have a key on the bottom, and right on over it went. How are we looking over there?
You're looking good.
So these little plates were just the right size.
Wait, but did you have to cut the bottom off?
No. These are emptied. These are emptied.
No, but I'm saying how would they? It would just heat up to the can, or the
Yeah.
top of the can?
You would puncture the top of the can, or yeah, you would put a punch in the top of the can on two sides, and then you would snap it in there, and it would sputter and cook in there a little bit. I'm not gonna try. Oh no! Christmas. Well, that's a big shame. I just dropped that and separated the top of the box. That's on me. That's on me. That one's been. Oh well. These things happen. It's a shame. It still holds together, but I am a little upset about that. I should be a lot more careful. We have one of these. Oh, let's see how chat reacted to that. Oops. Here we go. So these are the
Those are actually unopened.
really neat like white cans, blue writing. Dessert unit A, but again, these aren't the kind that would go in there. This isn't an actual complete ration. This is just extra components stuck together. It's listed as bread, so somebody put these together. So many things to step around. I should have realized I was eventually going to trip and drop something. You know, and that's the big shame of it, is that it's only one of 3 that I have of this fold-out back type, where the back opens up like that. This one's not great. These are spare cans. Well, you guys get the idea. I'm not gonna keep risking things, opening them up just to find another can to put on the little plates when we took a good look and saw what that was like. I'm still so. I mean, the corners of it were already broken, but the back wasn't, so that's a shame.
Where does this go?
Bottom shelf in the back. Actually, you can put that down on the floor. We'll photograph those next. We'll just go through and get those boxes since it's already here. Aw.
Is this what you were calling this material?
That's Bakelite.
Okay.
All right. Those are some good-looking cans, says Pete. Never seen cans like that. The white ones with the blue writing. Yeah, they're super unique. I wish I had more than just dessert units for those, but that makes sense that they would hold up. Currently, no plans to open any of those. I do have such a small supply. They were IF4 and earlier, I believe. So they switched to gold cans, and I think that most of those bread units in these IF8s might not have come with them, but you know, they may have used regular olive drab cans for the breads.
Would it be crazy to think that this might be from Korean War?
This one?
Yeah.
So this is going to have a date stamp on it somewhere. Let's see. Stock number 124-150, serial 1747. I don't know.
It's because the machine screws are still flatheads and it's riveted together instead of one bolt.
I don't know what that would indicate. It isn't a plane. So the
No.
so like the recessed screws concept of Howard Hughes and planes doesn't apply to everything.
No. But I'm saying in terms of how it's put together, the rivets are even sanded off.
I don't know anything about the, you know, like the timing of that kind of change, construction-wise. But, you know, it could certainly be from the 50s. I don't think it's too much newer than that, but this could certainly be from the 50s.
When you said B-52 oven, I was thinking much larger. Oh.
All right, let's see. What else is in this one? We got the K's, we got trays,
Burgers.
got the burgers.
I'm going to try and track down a Henry Blake grill.
This was something I did a while back for shelving. And keeping a can from rotating after you set it up. Just kind of stick a little thing in the back. There you go. All day long. Dropping bits. Is there anything an M35A2 or an M31A2 can't do? be quiet. That's what it can't do. It can't operate quietly. I had the opportunity to buy one of those for $900 once.
Why did
Um, don't just buy everything that comes up when you have an apartment.
could have parked it in South Philly.
Now, this was in Montana, and I'm sure I could have found a place, but then I'd have an M31A2 that I'd have needed to be dealing with all these years. I already have a 1996 Mitsubishi Fuso that I have to deal with in terms of registration and insurance and storage. It lives in Nevada.
Well, if I had space, I would totally spend the, $4,200 to buy a retired Humvee.
I'm only borrowing your precious Humvee. Rest in peace, Sean. Connery, not me. I'm alive.
Dude, just toasted your Ferrari.
It's not mine. Neither's this.
Slaps clutch on motorcycle.
I had a little square one I've been using. Where did that go?
Their phone. Oh, yep. Telephone cord.
Lots and lots and lots of fun. Let's see. Yeah, no, cheese spread B2 units from that era are not going to be a great thing to open in general. You know, they're going to have a bit of a funk to them. There really isn't any way around that.
Where you got the phone?
One year at Burning Man, my neighbors behind my camp, so there's, it's like a city block, so there'll be folks behind you, to your sides, etc. So the folks behind us, with their camp front facing the other way, were the monks of funk. And they had a 3-story church with stained glass windows that they built in the desert and took down at the end of the week and put back in the truck and went home. But in that church they had, just fantastic sound set up, and it was like 18 hours a day of just funk music. It was,
But that's got me picturing there's a Family Guy episode where Peter makes the Church of Fonzie. Church of the Fonz.
hey.
Can I get an 8?
So good thing to note, whenever we do one of these kind of shoots, we're going to need a dedicated lint roller, just because all these things shed little bits.
Yeah, you can definitely see where part of this has turned slightly gray from the dirt that came off the thing.
I think some of that's just the lighting, I hope. Honestly, yeah, it has. Some of these things aren't the cleanest. I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
we could definitely, we'll bleach it, heavily.
we'll do what we got to do.
Is the U.S. Army bleach we could use on our backdrop?
Let's see. Oh, that beefsteak and potatoes and gravy is empty. That one we were just looking at, the bottom is cut out, the contents are gone. Yeah, that particular one was not in good shape long ago. What was the can? I wonder if you were at, what was that can? That can was 32 raw hamburgers. Beef patties, dehydrated, raw. Oregon Freeze Dry Company. Gas packed, so these are nitrogen sealed, I think. Or there's nitrogen in the can to fill the space out.
Have you ever had one of those burgers in a can,
Oh God, yeah. Tracking burgers. No,
Are they
they're
awful?
they're some of the worst thing you've ever had.
Oh, okay.
But it's a neat novelty. I don't know if they've gotten any better over the years, but the Trekking Burger brand that I had was very, very bad. It was essentially a slice of summer sausage with some awful cheese and some like hardened condiment squares, and then the bread was the best part.
Yeah.
If it would have been a canned bun with nothing else in it, I think it would have been better. I think it would have been a little tastier. Looks like you're about to go catch some fresh air.
Me?
I just saw the.
Oh, no, I was just switching pockets, organizing myself.
I'm gonna try not to ruin any more of these. I can't. I'm just. I still feel. I can't believe I dropped that. It happens, but wish it didn't.
They were museum to find a way to take care of it.
Build a box.
Potatoes a lot. It's awesome.
Yeah, folks don't always love the au gratin potatoes.
Haven't had a trekking burger here. I'm curious. John says it's bad.
So the ASMC brand Trekking Burgers, I believe, was the company from Germany. They're terrible. I don't know if things have changed, but they were not good. They were not really food I would ever eat again on purpose, other than for the novelty factor or with somebody else that needs to experience it or something. I have about 10 of them because I had bought a case of 24 of those things thinking I was going to pass them out to all kinds of ration enthusiasts, but once word got out, nobody was really jumping on board for those. So I ended up with a whole bunch in the end that I didn't eat, nobody ate. I wonder if they're going to hold up.
Is this the trekking burger? Is that the can?
With 2 Ks.
Oh, like is that what the can
The
was?
one on top looks like the right brand. That looks like something new. The
Okay.
one that like has the hamburger print, that looks
Yeah.
like something new.
That looks interesting.
That does. That looks right.
Oh, that looks gross.
That looks like my picture.
There's two
honestly.
little pickles.
'Cause that looks like my stove. I don't think that's mine, but
Two little pickles.
that is not what it looks like in there. If you want to show the camera there, you might be able to get it close enough.
So, here's what I found on the trekking burger. Two Canadian pickles. I also love pickles. But the one I was looking at that looks interesting is that one. It's like a hamburger and I would believe that.
Orange nut roll. You gotta talk a little louder when I'm over here, remember?
Sorry.
No, I'm just so that people get the awesome stuff you're saying.
I've
Just
got
making sure.
non-existent stage fright.
There is no stage, Nick.
Exactly.
No, you're doing great. It's a lot to ask of somebody to just show up and talk for 4 hours.
I'm in sales, man. Now I'm seeing all these burgers, and I just like really want a greasy American burger.
Maybe we go next door after this.
Are they open?
They are. And you can go inside.
Oh.
Anybody wants to say I'm the...
He has both brands.
What's the other brand, Smokey?
Yeah, what's the one that looks like a burger on the can? That looks cool.
Is it edible? Let's see. Get this a little closer to what I'm looking at. There you go.
Yell. Curious Pete says you have to yell when talking about German shelf-stable food and meat products. Sorry, shelf-stable fast food meat products. Sorry, I never learned to read. You're making it up the whole time.
All right. Super careful, super careful. You know, 28 episodes in, about 61 hours of streaming so far, and I dropped a box. I guess I can live with that,
There's
but
people that take much worse care of rations on purpose, Sean.
oh, don't tell me about those people.
We don't talk about that. Back in the bottom, right?
Back in the bottom. Back in the hole. Not gonna do tray shots right now. K's. What are these? These are neat. Kosher.
Oh,
Kosher for Passover. They only make so many of these every year because... Should we do these on a black background?
I don't know, because I could definitely see that, like, one of the, I think there's raisins in there or whatever, like, they definitely left the pack.
Yeah, there's definitely that kind of stuff going on.
I would do these on black. just because
Yeah,
it's
let's do these on, as soon as I put them out there, yeah, let's do these on black later. Trekking Burger was another brand that was a cheeseburger. Some did not have cheese. Interesting. The cheese wasn't by any means good, so I mean, in general, they were just bad food. So I'd love to try one that isn't terrible someday. Are we all doing green screens? What's that, Ben? And hey, welcome, Ben. No green screens this week. I almost ended up stuck with green screen only, but green screen with product photography tends to have a lot of reflection, and then you've got to take the time to take the green back out of your stuff. So like if you're putting boxes down and everything, there'll be like a green hue to it. So I wanted white or black because then we're either pulling all color or pushing all color instead of something specific that'll end up reflecting. Green is great for video because it jumps out and you're doing lots and lots and lots of frames. But when you're doing stills, I would always recommend sticking with a white, gray, or black. Then color balancing around that. Like you can black balance really easy and you can white balance really easy. And if you put down a white background, you know that's white, you know, so you can set your absolute white in your picture to the background, and then everything should be color accurate at that point. and if your lighting conditions and all that stay the same, you can usually get a setting into a program and punch all your stuff through at once and white balance it. Now, I didn't know what I was doing years ago with the original Ration stuff, or Ration Museum photos and stuff, so they're awful. But, I mean, they were on a shaky, awful camera, and the balancing just made everything way too dark. But, learning experience. We have an empty table. What is next? What is next? It is 6:45. Wow. We have been live for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Hold it off, man. 4 hours free.
I think I was supposed to tempt you guys, or tease you guys with this box much earlier, but we can jump right into it at the end. Let's look. What's something else we can get some good shots of?
That is in a plastic bag. That was a very interesting empty tin on the floor.
Empty tin, plastic
That-
bag. Oh, that's yeah. We could take a quick shot of that. That's down there and in its own bag because it is still full of water from 1940.
Oh, like it actually still has water in it.
Yeah, it's like
Oh,
42
okay.
or 43. We
Not
can.
fiddle with that. Then.
No, we can take a picture of that.
Just trying to figure out what we have that's like out that we don't have to unbox. Or this thing.
All kinds of stuff.
This thing's pretty cool.
Yeah, and goes along with the other heaters we shot. So
Yeah.
you guys can't see. We're in here just looking amongst the shelves, trying to figure out what can come in right now. this Dutch box. I don't know. That's not really a.
Brian Bond invents market sleep. That's awesome.
I'll grab that anyway. Ooh, these two, and this one on the end. After we bring this stuff out, or you can toss that heater on top. Careful with all of those.
Oh, well, okay, this one's very delicate.
One of them's just a sleeve.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab that by myself.
Okay, and then the others are other things. So hey guys, coming back. I hope you've been hearing. So I've got an unboxing that you guys can take part in as well. So we'll switch over. Actually, we'll use this because it's just set up already. So hey, let me make sure we're not showing anybody else's info. We finally have a box from the UK that should contain the trays I ordered a good long while ago now. The items that were supposed to be part of the compo ration shipment that did not get shipped out and turned into a very long, very annoying ordeal with many messages back and forth to the guy. Tons of times that he was saying, "Oh, I shipped those out," or "I'm about to ship those out," or "I swear they're going out in a day or two," and it just kept on not happening. Well, would you look at that? I think these might be. No, these might be British. So these are B&SB 1989. Yep. Okay. Very similar to the officer's mess stuff is why I was thinking. So, tried to charge me another like $70 to ship these because he's a jerk. But these are the trays that were supposed to come with the compo ration. Looks like he did a great job cleaning them. You know, there's spiders and whatever else in here. Hey, look, a dead spider still in there. I get my own British spider. I've never had one before.
It's Sir Spider.
So yeah, these aren't getting photographed. I can clean these up, but I don't think these came inside the compo rations themselves. That wouldn't really make sense. These aren't disposable, but certainly not in the cases. There's no room for them. But
Box like that.
yeah. But Corey, if you have any insight? Nice address, Sean. Yeah, 124 Chestnut Street, Philadelphia, PA, 19106.
We could eat.
That is not that is not a secret. That is the official address of the museum. If anybody happens to just start sending pieces of their collection this way, nobody's going to stop you.
We could when the freight Bentos get here at some point, we could try them on those British plates. You know, we want to be authentic.
Yeah, we do still have to arrange that.
Yeah.
And Corey, sorry I didn't get back to you in time after last stream. No worries. Oh wait, what do we miss from Smokey? Something.
Oh, what time did we start?
Oh, what time did y'all start? We started at 3, so I think we've been live for 3 hours and 48 minutes at this point. I can't see my run time. Actually, it might be somewhere. Down on my stream stats, maybe.
Oh, we were pretty much on like 3 o'clock on the dot.
Yeah, I can't see my run time right now, but that's all right. Been maintaining about 15 to 20 folks the entire time though, which is great. And I hope we had some new folks coming in today. We were gonna try to get some advertisements up, just some YouTube recommendation stuff. I don't know if it worked or not. I unfortunately didn't get to. I don't need to mess with that. That's still good. I unfortunately didn't get to check back in on that before. I came here and started setting things up, and Nick can attest I was still setting things up, 35 seconds before we were live. So that's, it's
We were yelling at a microphone that we thought wasn't working, that was working just fine for about 20 minutes.
I was getting less and less patient with poor Nick, which he's a dang trooper about that stuff, but I got to do none of that.
Well, you stopped beating me, so that definitely.
The beatings will continue until morale improves, and your morale got a little better, so you get a few weeks off beatings. 25.5 centimeter plates. Oh man, you're the best, Corey. And I mean that for everybody. Everybody's the best here, but
Is Corey English?
Okay. Corey's over there.
Thank you for spelling aluminum properly. Without the I before the U.
Aluminium.
How
Aluminum.
it's pronounced.
It's amazing how much they look like the plates from that mess kit. I wonder if they're the exact same dimensions as the serving bowls. I mean, not the plates. There's shallow serving bowls, but I wonder if they're the exact same dimensions, and if so, I wonder if they were copied.
Well, wouldn't like NATO or the UN put out dimensions for manufacturing things?
I mean, you'd think, but not everything's standardized so quickly and so easily. So, and this is great. This little table's been great.
We should leave it here.
I mean, honestly, part of me wants to keep this set up and do.
Well, we should definitely leave that here because there's been talks of having a bar table installed somewhere here. Outside of the museum and other entities.
Hey, we've got an office. We can. I mean, essentially, I look at this at this point in this slow roll apocalypse. This is the museum more than just about anything else. I would say it's a museum and a wine distributor. That's what this building has been. Well, actually, no. You're coming in for work a lot, Nick.
That's true.
I'm going to try and come in this whole coming week.
I mean, I come in 3 days a week because I have to, but the other 2 days I just come in for my own sanity. I can't be working from home. At some point, you're working from home so long, you're like, what would make this place a whole lot better working from home is I set it on fire because I hate it. So I just come to work, and yeah.
on the back corner there. We put a chair in here to sit down, you know, when we get tired. Workhorses. Never used it once.
Yeah. My knees sure think about it loudly though.
Let's see. So we've got a small detachment. Let's see. Let's do this side first. We'll get most of these empty crates done while we got the opportunity. Let's see. Get this back here. A little bit better shot of what we're doing. I think we're going to go a little past 7 at least. I want to get the rest of these boxes done. So let's see. So Corey's going to attempt to eat a 1978 beef MCI. Interesting. Good luck with that, Corey. Don't die. Report back.
If you can.
Oh, there we go. Much warmer. Surplus stores are great, you know. You never know what you're going to find. Dirt malls are great.
I was just gonna say that there's the Berlin farmers market.
Yeah, I've done a lot of searching at Berlin. I haven't found anything.
There's one guy all the way in the back that has like tons and tons of like World War II surplus. It's like mostly helmets and
He
stuff.
does indeed. Now, if you're looking for surplus, the one thing you're generally going to find that you can buy in bulk and resell is going to be helmets, helmet liners, or not one thing, the series of things. Helmets, helmet liners, canteens, mess kits, boots. Yeah, those things are going to show up in spades in surplus.
He did have a World War II Fallschirmjäger helmet that I wanted, but
Folding shovels. Folding shovels are all over the place. Bayonets. Man, oh man, lots of bayonets out there. Natural Storage Company. July 1958 or 9 on it. 1958. Wonder how many people what, Nick?
I was gonna say, I wonder how many people use like a bayonet to hold a piece of food over the fire.
I'm
It's
sure.
gotta be a thing. It could definitely be a skill. You know?
I'm sure it's happened. You know, there's a lot of good photos in the museum collection too. Original photos, soldiers eating. You know, and that'll be something I hope more folks can find in their family albums and stuff once we start asking for that. You know, is just pictures of them sitting around with some cans open, or chowing down at something, or sitting at a mess table, or anything like that.
Serious Pete, you're right. I miss I Goldberg as well.
Yeah.
I Goldberg was cool, a little bit high priced though, in my opinion.
They were not a deal
Yeah.
necessarily.
Well, also, I think what kind of affected them was they got away from like a lot of military stuff and started selling more like workwear and things like that. I know they tried to move, but it didn't work out where they moved to.
Well, they're gone as far as I can tell.
Yeah, they did big gone.
I mean, like, never found a new home. There's no presence of them on the net.
No, they definitely went away. Actually, we do
We've done
We
web
have-
work for some of these.
yeah, we have a place called something Outfitters. I don't know if you know something.
We have educational outfitters.
No.
Phoenix
there's-
Outfitters.
What's it called?
Phoenix Outfitters?
No. There's
Another Outfitters?
yeah, but they sell all military surplus stuff. D2's been up there a couple times around this neck of the woods, but they're a client.
Up near Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah. What is it called?
definitely got outfitters in the name?
It might not be outfitted, but I know they only sell military surplus stuff. Tents, cots, you name it.
And we did their site, or we are doing their site?
We are doing that. They wanted to come here and meet us like in person.
Huh. I mean, tend not to drop client names on
Yeah, I know.
on the stream here, but you
I
know,
was just trying to think.
anybody that's like a military surplus outfitter, I'm certainly going to recommend them. You know, happy to tell folks about. Huh?
I think it's something outlet.
Outlet. I don't know. Let's see what we're missing on chat. JW's playing some Borderlands 3. What county? What state? Oh, okay. You guys are talking about something else. Curious Pete. Yes, that was a 5-man, 1-day ration. The ration, small detachment, 5 persons. Has a sack of cigarettes. Pretty unlike anything else. Had 5 20-packs. So every man, you know, that was present when one of those got opened got their own full-size pack of cigarettes. And a nice little manila pouch. I know folks are looking for those, but I only have the one, so it is not negotiable.
Ah, these guys.
You're gonna have to just read them off to me. Sorry.
Fatigues Army Navy.
Fatigues Army Navy.
They're in Holly.
Oh,
PA.
the guy who I bought the Space Force hat from you,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
for you for
Oh.
Christmas.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah, when Rob sent me the link that said we were working for them, that's the first thing I found. And
Oh, well, thank you for that.
no worries, Space Force.
It's on my desk. Space Force. I'm waiting for it to turn into Starfleet, in which case I'll be quitting my job and joining Starfleet.
Fair enough. All right, so now this little tricksy. Let's be. Yeah.
Just fit right in there. Look at that.
There we go.
Science.
Science! Men with screwdrivers, turning them and adjusting them.
Have to fix my engine. Somebody get my hammer.
I don't know if anybody gets that Mystery Science Theater 3000 reference, but
Oh, these stuff.
the small detachment one is. And the box. Nope, that one is not.
This one?
That one is.
Okay.
And then this one will be in a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, bit of advice to anybody in the stream that's under 30. I would highly recommend staying there. You know, just don't turn 30 and you're good to go. You know.
I mean, on my resume, I don't put my age. I just put I'm 18 years old with 9 years experience.
You're a child, Nick. All right. So, I know this is just a sleeve and it has some tape on it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I know.
there are things. I mean, no, I know you're going to be careful.
It's
I'm
just
saying.
that was holding it up, so maybe keep this here until that.
This will go. Isn't this a? Yeah, this is sat sideways like that.
Yeah, I know. But I didn't know if this was like hanging against that thing on the shelf.
Nah, it should stand pretty well.
Alrighty.
So this one we've got an actual inner box. So we'll get some pictures of that. Let's see. A 10-in-1 menu 2. Nope. Really do need this lint roller. Hot diggity dang, I am very glad you had this here.
Next time I go to the dollar store, I'll pick up like 10 of those lint rollers.
Yeah, let me know if you do.
I've had that
I have
lint
2 or
roller-
3 at home, so Hope everybody's still having a good time. I know we're winding down. Corey says camera just died. Is pouring it on the plate. Oh man. I can't believe you're eating an MCI, Corey. That's fantastic. I hope it's in great shape for your sake. And as far as your camera dying, I have one motto for anyone doing any of this stuff. ABC. Always be charging. All your gear should be plugged in and getting a charge, or your spare batteries should be plugged in, getting a charge. Everything needs a spare. Things will absolutely not be running when you need them to be running. It is a thing. So, hey Tim, welcome. '48, I'm a little less than a decade behind you guys, but I feel like I'm getting there quick. I tell you what though, I feel a heck of a lot better after losing 130 pounds. You know, it was definitely wearing on me. I mean, even what I'm doing right now in terms of just crouching and holding the position, like my knees would be killing me, my back would be killing me, everything would be killing me, but it really was worth it to get healthy again. You know, I started thinking I was getting closer and closer to turning 40 with, without a fantastic path forward and a lot of problems, so it was a goal to beat that time-wise in terms of getting mobility and all that stuff back. Yeah, you know, I hear you, Pete. You know, and I'd take 28 in a heartbeat, you know. Ah, we got two Tims here. 1974, Ben? Well, I've eaten plenty of stuff older than you. Just the other day, Nick and I ate a cake that was 6 years older than you are. Just these little bits coming off. I feel bad, but hey guys, keep watching. I'm gonna try and keep talking, but I'm grabbing another cup of coffee. It has been a long day. A great day. I'm gonna hopefully do another stream like this next weekend. We just have so much to take pictures of. Not as I wanted, but coffee's turned off. Coffee's turned off. Smart. We have left this on and burned things before. Oh, I am just making a mess over here. That off. Turn that off. Did not. Yeah, I figured I'd have the last bit. Well, that was lukewarm at least. Oh, still coffee enough. Get a couple more boxes shot. Yeah, I know plenty of folks that were in the service in the 80s and the early 90s still getting 1960s and 70s MCIs issued to them. So they're like, it's not bad. We ate one. They're good. You're going to eat them. Okay, will do. You know, I mean, I'd love to get one of these boxes without all the writing on it, but can't be choosy. Okay.
Hey, we've been live for 4 hours and 5 minutes.
4 hours and 5 minutes. This is a good stream. This has been a good day. We got a lot done. And I got to test some new gear, and it didn't all fail. That, to me, is really nice. You know, anytime I mess with the gear too much before a stream, I tend to have some big problems. But
Yeah, put this box over there.
okay. And then this we just grabbed because it was sitting there and looking at me. Oh, sorry guys. I have to grab the other one. Not even gonna pretend to pronounce any of this, but I bought some Dutch rations, just the meals years ago, and this is the box they came in. And I just always loved it. I love the Dutch stuff. Has a little Pac-Man. Hans Pac-Man. Now, one of these days, one of these boxes we pick up is going to be where the Saudi Arabian ration is. There is a Saudi ration in the collection that I have not found since moving. The likelihood that I lost the box is essentially zero, so one thing I did do was use empty boxes to house other boxes of light things. So there's very likely an empty case that feels like it weighs nothing and has that one ration in it. And I do want to find it because it's full of Kraft cheese rations. These little tiny cans, they were like this big around and about that high with a little label. It says Kraft, but it's a processed cheese food product, and it's it's English and Arabic. And there were like 6 of them in a ration, and they will not have lasted. They were already starting to bulge. So I'm hoping that it survived, but it's quite likely that the Saudi ration is in bad shape. But I've been looking for it for months. You know, every time we move a bunch of stuff, I'm keeping an eye out for it. And
Why did it go through things?
that's the hope. So this is something Nick spotted and was like, hey, we should take a picture of that. So I say, why the heck not? So this is bagged like this just because I didn't want any chance of it leaking onto something else in storage at the time. The bag's since gotten a little messed up, but so this is a lifeboat and life raft ration. The can itself is not great looking. You can see this side's shot, but I don't know if you guys could hear that pretty well, but it is full. It was packed February 1944, so this is drinking water, and it is still full of drinking water.
So if it's still sealed, then what if it's still be drinking, right?
I mean, in a rusty can from 70 years ago.
But oxidation doesn't go through the can, right?
It shouldn't be oxidizing inside. There's oxygen in water, though, so I don't know. I am not not necessarily planning on opening this at any point. Yeah, these are pretty rare. Let alone one that's full. I'm not aware of any others. Yeah. little bit more. What's the chat saying?
Uh,
Coffee Instant Type 1? Coffee Instant Type 1 is great. Coffee Instant Type 3 is great. Type 2, I think, is the one where it's hit or miss in terms of the acid ruining it.
also, remember, speaking of coffee, remember I asked you before, did they put Sanka in any rations? The kosher rations.
Yeah, they absolutely,
had Sanka.
have put Sanka in rations. Sanka, Taster's Choice, Nescafe,
I like Sanka.
Maxwell House. In terms of like name brand packages, you'll see unaltered in rations, at least all of those. Probably more in U.S. rations, I mean. So, definitely a thing. This side's just rust, but you can barely make out the label behind it. So I'll snap it anyway. There's a few dents in this, and if I were to store it sideways, it would start to leak again. It has the tiniest pinhole in it. So, almost certainly not good, but it is just water. Whew, alright guys. I think, let me put this back here, well, no, I can leave this here. But, you can get a feel for what we've been working on over here in the corner.
My thinking chair.
Whew. It's been a fun afternoon with you guys. We got a lot done. Still going to be a slow process, but you know we're making progress, and that's what counts. And all this kind of stuff is going to help the site look better. But I realized today I shot a lot of brown, and I'm going to need to start shooting some more variety next time. So we have a lot of rations that we can put out. You know, we can pull some of those bankers boxes full of stuff next week, and just pull out some individual rations and start making big piles of them, and some group photos, so to speak. And I think that'll help mix it up a bit. We wanted to get as many of the classic cases as we could done today. Just a good place to start. And I think we did. We got a pretty solid number of them, if not all of the main classic cases shot. So, only about 975 ration items to go, which is great. Bill's Brew. I've got a couple other ones where it's like the big, like it's a box that you put you fill with water and you let it steep, and then you punch the side out and pop a handle in there. I think it's civilian though, something similar to what we're talking about. But I think I'm gonna call it here, guys. We've got some teardown to do before we can head home, but this has been another great week. I appreciate everybody who tuned in for Museum Bulletin number 28. It's been your host Sean and Nick, and it's been great having you guys here as always. So tune in next weekend. I'll let you know if we're going to be doing another early one, but safe to say if you tune in at 5, I'll be on. So that time's safe. And really appreciate everybody coming out again. Feel free to reach out if you got any questions or anything you wanna comment on that I didn't get back to you on. My email address is right there at the bottom. Whoop, there. And we'll be back again next week. So until then, stay rational, everybody.